Hello, everyone. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. So, today we are continuing Heaven's Field in Honkai, not Honkai Star Rail, in Fate's Stay Night. And last time we lost our arm. We got better, but things are in a bad way, and now we are completely beyond where I played through this game. So I'm pretty much blind from here, although I have been spoiled on a few things from here out, on a couple of things from here out. This is like, what, a 20-something-year-old game? So spoilers kind of are part of the deal, you know? So let us get to the game. I yelped in surprise and barely managed to stop my feet from beating a hasty retreat.
暑かった？けど我慢してもらえる？私の左手から刻印を移すから、これ以上は温度を下げられないの。いや、熱い冷たいはいいんだけど。
Tosaka's hand was so soft it nearly shattered my heart. My God, Shiro. Each time her girlish, slender fingers touch my chest, I can feel the heat rising in my head.
よし、胸の方はだいたいつかめたわ。あとはおへそだけど、ちょっと痛いわよ。指入れるからできるだけ動かないで。大丈夫。傷はつかないし、あんまりかき回さないから。
かきます。
My body spasms. My stomach. Tosaka's palm on my chest was unbearable enough. But now something small and stick-like is under my skin, digging around and inside my body.
だから痛いって言ったでしょ。気が散るからそんな声出さないでってば。なんかいけないことしてる気になるじゃない。
バカかお前は。
It's only making me blush even worse when you talk about it that way.
これでおへその方はおしまい。あとは肩と喉だから逃げずにおとなしくしててよね。
I'd rather dash out of the room like a scared rabbit. I want to run, but it'll just make Tosaka more self-conscious. So I stopped protesting.
ほら、ちゃんと胸張ってよ。今のを肩にするから、今度は頑張ってよね。歯を食いしばって変な声出さないこと。
できるだけ努力する。
Sakura is not looking happy back there. I look away from Tosaka, feeling embarrassed. My whole body must be red, not just my face. I know we're doing it for the Magecraft, so I feel bad for making Tosaka uncomfortable. Too. How am I supposed to look at her in the eye after look to her in the eye? How am I supposed to look her in the eye after this?
これで終わりよ。私は道具を片付けてくるから、シロは体を冷やしてなさい。
Tosaka starts packing her first aid kit looking box into her overnight bag. Still flushed, I finally managed to catch my breath. And then... I noticed that Sakura looks like she wants to say something. She's looking away and wringing her hands uncomfortably.
さくら、どうした？
そのですね。
She glances at my face, then she takes a deep breath as if to work up her courage and asks,
先輩、私たち恋人同士なんですよね。
My cheeks suddenly reach boiling temperature again, just seconds after cooling off.
先輩。
Stop it. This is absolutely the wrong time to get tongue-tied.
ああ、さくらは俺の。
ですよね。なら姉さんにドキドキするのはおかしいです。
Finally, I realize that Sakura's been looking so hurt because she's been pouting.
すまん。けどさくら、別に遠坂がどうこうっていうんじゃなくて、今のは不可抗力っていうか。
わかりますけど、我慢してください。先輩は私の恋人なんですから。
それは分かってるんだけど。
I couldn't resist. I'm a guy, and I have had a crush on Tosaka since my first year of high school, so there was nothing I could do.
次はなんとか我慢する。遠坂にドギマギしないよう頑張る。
本当ですね。次もこんなことがあったら、私だって怒っちゃいますからね。
I tell her I will try, feeling apologetic from the bottom of my heart. I can't believe I'm only now realizing it, but, well, it's awfully nerve-wracking living under the same roof with 3 girls. The time is 11:30 a.m. It's almost lunchtime. The kitchen is busy and filled with an unapproachable tension.
遠坂先輩、お昼はみんなでつけるようなものにしようと思うんですが、苦手な料理とかありますか？
From the corner of the kitchen, Sakura timidly asks Tosaka a question. She answers,
そう。じゃあ私は麻婆豆腐を作るから。
Tosaka completely ignores Sakura's question and starts making tofu on her own.
倹約ね。シロ、あの二人に調理を任せるなんて正気？
Ilya's sitting upright on a seat cushion. She doesn't sugarcoat a question. I can see how that, from Ilya's point of view, Sakura and Tosaka look tense.
あの二人、放っておいたらますます仲が悪くなるわよ。そんなこと分かってるくせに、どうしてこんなことになったの、シロ？
どうしてってごく自然な流れだったぞ。昼飯はどうしようって話になってな。遠坂は自分が作る、さくらはそれは自分の仕事だって言い張ったんだ。ずいぶん話し合ったけど二人とも引かないから、じゃあ間を取って一緒に飯を作ればいいだろうって。
シロがそう言っちゃったの？そう。それじゃ引き下がれないわよね、二人とも。
Ilya accepts my explanation and takes a polite sip of tea. As expected of a princess, even without knowing proper etiquette, the way she drinks tea is so graceful.
けどシロ、間を取るんだったらシロが作ればよかったでしょ。なんだってリンとサクラを一緒にしたの？遠坂とマトウは敵同士で、 リンはさくらを殺したがっているのよ。
それは昨日までの話だろ。遠坂はさくらと戦いたくないから俺たちに協力してくれてるんだ。それに二人は敵同士じゃない。仲いいしうまくいくと思ったから昼飯を任せたんだ。
え、仲がいいってあの二人が？
驚くようなことか今の。俺とイリアだって敵同士だったけど仲いいだろ。なら遠坂とさくらだって同じだよ。
Oh my god, that simplification of things.
そりゃ私とシローは特別だけど。
特別も何もない。見てればわかる。ほら遠坂のやついつも以上にぶっきらぼうだろ。そのくせさくらが何か失敗するとすぐ注意をする。あれってつまり
始終気にかけてるってことね。けどそれを知られたくないから冷たい顔してさくらを無視してるんだわ。
特別も何もない。見てればわかる。ほら遠坂のやついつも以上にぶっきらぼうだろ。そのくせさくらが何か失敗するとすぐ注意をする。あれってつまりでさくらもさくらでそれが分かってるからいつもはしないはずの失敗をしてる。さくらも遠坂が気になって仕方がないんだ。
言われてみればそうね。じゃあ何？二人とも仲良くなりたくてうずうずしてるくせに恥ずかしいから話しかけられないってこと？
I nod. I don't know how Tosaka feels about it, but I can tell that's how Sakura thinks. I'm sure that Sakura likes Tosaka and wants Tosaka to like her. Otherwise, she wouldn't refer to her as big sister.
ああ見えて不器用なのね、リンは。
Ilya watches the pair in the kitchen. She sounds impressed. I follow her gaze. They should be about halfway done. Tosaka and Sakura are standing side by side in the kitchen, each cooking whatever they want. Both are silent. One holds a frying pan while the other holds a ladle. The silence drags on. It's starting to get suffocating even for me.
ねえ、さくら。
Then, like true sisters, they both break the ice at the same time.
何？話があるなら聞いてあげるから言ってちょうだい。いえ、別にこれといって何も。遠坂先輩こそ何かお話があるんですか？別に。強いて言えば他人の味付けって珍しいでしょ。だからちょっと教えてもらえたら役に立つなって思っただけ。そうですね。私も遠坂先輩のレシピを教えてもらえたら嬉しいです。終わっちゃった。呆れたわね。これじゃ一生あのままだと思うわ、私。
The scary thing is that I can't deny it. Tosaka is usually so open and unreserved, so why is she so shy when it comes to Sakura? That goes for Sakura too. She called Tosaka Ne-san when she was with me, so it's painful to watch her being so polite with her now.
さくら。
はい。なんでしょう、先輩。
ちょっと話がある。こっちに来てくれ。
先輩、外に何かあるんですか？
いや、外は関係ない。ちょっとした内緒話がしたかっただけだ。
ああ、内緒話ですか？姉さんには言えないこととか。
それ、 俺が言いたいのは今のだ。だから遠坂の呼び方。さくら、遠坂の前だと姉さんって言わないだろ。本当はそう呼びたいくせに無理してるってバレバレだぞ。
バレバレって姉さんにですか？
Oh. It was just supposed to be a leading question, but Sakura is even more bashful than I expected. She's a shy little sister who thinks a lot of her big sister.
あ、いや、遠坂は気づいてない。どういうわけか。あいつはさくらに対してはすごく鈍感だ。下手するとさくらに嫌われてると思ってる節もある。
そんなことありません。姉さんが私を嫌うのは当然だけど、私は姉さんと一緒にいられて嬉しいです。こうして二人でお昼ご飯を作るなんて夢にも思っていませんでしたし。
なら素直にそう言えばいいじゃないか。鈍感な遠坂でもさくらが面と向かって言えば気がつく。そうすればさくらだって。
Then she'll realize without me even telling her that Tosaka wants to get along with her.
先輩。
いや、ともかく遠坂に姉さんって言ってみろ。それだけであいつきっと面白いぐらい表現するから。
そうでしょうか。遠坂先輩、私に姉さんなんて呼ばれても迷惑なだけだと思います。私は魔刀の魔術師で、姉さんみたいに何でもできるわけじゃない。私みたいな出来損ないが妹なんて、きっと遠坂先輩はがっかりしています。
バカ、姉と妹の関係に余分なこと持ち込むな。お前は遠坂が好きで、遠坂はお前の姉貴なんだろ。ならそれ以上に確かな関係なんてない。俺が保証する。さくらと遠坂は間違いなく相思相愛だ。正直ちょっと焼けるぐらい。
そうなんですか？
そうだよ。だからちゃんと姉さんって呼ぶこと。さくらがそう信じてるように遠坂もずっと信じていたんだと思う。だから怖がることなんてない。あいつのためにもさくらの口から遠坂を呼んでやってほしいんだ。
姉さんのためにも。
I don't know what indecision Sakura is grappling with. She puts her hands together like a prayer and looks deep in thought. Then,
はい、頑張ってみます。私。
I return to the living room. Sakura exchanges a look with me and does a quick gesture to pump herself up, then goes back into the kitchen.
おかえりなさい。さくら、肩がガチガチだけど、何かあったの？
いや、あとはさくらの勇気次第。ま、うまくいくに決まってるんだが。
I plop back down on a seat cushion.
姉さん、この唐揚げ、あとは私がやってもいいですか？ええ、あとはあげるだけだし、さくらに任せる。さくら、今。はい、それじゃあ唐揚げは私がやりますから。姉さんはレタスをちぎってください。盛り付けを任せますから。ええ、それはいいけど。
The conversation becomes stiff. It's even more tense than before, and the duo fall silent again. They watch each other, holding their breath.
やっぱりおかしいですか、姉さん。おかしいことはないけど、そんな風 に呼ばれたことがないから驚いただけよ。それじゃあ、
Also, I forgot this detail if we ever saw it. She's got a little cat on her apron.
文句はないわ。呼び方なんてさくらの自由だし、私だってさくらって呼び捨てにしてるし、まあ先輩って呼び方が2人もいると混乱するし、そっちの方が分かりやすいんじゃない？
Tosaka huffs with a reluctant tone and turns away from Sakura, but she's blushing and can't hide the grin on her face. Sakura's probably noticed too. The work after that exchange became even more awkward. They both made mistakes and messed up the plating, covering the fried chicken and pepper, turned the mapo tofu into fiery lava, and even forgot to turn the rice cooker. Turn on the rice cooker, so lunch was missing rice. It was a disaster. So I could spot Tosaka and Sakura grinning whenever one thought the other wasn't looking. They looked happy as could be. Ilya remarked with exasperation, before making a face as the Mako tofu tingles her tongue. I nodded in agreement and enjoyed the slipshod lunch they made for us. After lunch, I take a break and go to my room. Tosaka said she had something to do, and took Ilya to her room.
イリアの手を借りて造形対策をするの。刻印が馴染むのにも時間がかかるだろうし、午後は休んでいていいわ。シローがいても邪魔なだけだから。
So she said, "We don't have any way to fight back against Zoken right now. All there is to do is wait for Tosaka to finish whatever she's working on." Sakura goes back to her own bedroom. She had several dizzy spells while we were cleaning up after lunch. I was relieved when I saw her in good spirits this morning, but she's still suffering from a fever. She took her advice to rest in her bedroom if she felt tired at all. And I am alone, looking at my left arm. I couldn't move it at all before, but now I can slightly bend it at the elbow. It feels completely numb, but on the bright side, it doesn't hurt much anymore. If there's any pain, it's mostly from the crest that Tosaka transplanted to me. My shoulder, throat, and dantian, and just below my navel. Each spot feels like one of the Frankenstein monster's bolts are screwed into it.
左腕は借り物で、体はボルト止めか。
I picture myself as a cyborg from a sci-fi movie. Hey! It's an amusing image, but there's nothing funny about my condition. I wanted to check out my arm in the mirror, but I can't even stand up. In front of it. It's sometime before 2 p.m. I got some time to kill, so... Okay, so Why is my thing in oh my... This is day 11. Okay, so if we check on Ren and Ilya, we get no points. But the other two, we get Sakura points. And you know me. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Ryder all day. Knowing her, she isn't she's keeping a watch over Sakura from the shadows nearby. I should say hi to her if she's around. Ryder's nowhere to be found in the house. She has her own bedroom, but there's no sign she's ever used it. I tried to think of a location and she likes that would also give her a vantage point of Sakura's room. And decided it has to be here. The only place that she can hide with no one else around, like watching Sakura from a distance. While watching Sakura from a distance is the shed. I call out into the empty shed. Yay! Ryder appears along with her aura. She must have been in spirit form. Now then, I just came to say hello, but now that we're face to face, I'm getting nervous. Ryder tends to keep people at a distance, and that doesn't particularly bother me. But as a healthy young man, and I'm not sure where to point my eyes when I'm looking around her. Where to point my eyes when I'm around her.
いや、別にこれといって用事はないんだ。ただ、挨拶がまだだったから、おはようぐらいは言っておきたくて。
そうですか。暇なのですね、あなた。
She's like, wow, you must really have nothing to do. She replies bluntly. But I expected this much. It's actually easier for me to, that she's this way.
暇なんだ。ちょうど手が空いてブラブラしてるところ。ライダーはここでサクラの警護か。
ええ。私はサクラのサーバントですから。彼女が命じない限り、あなたや遠坂凛を守ることはありません。
本当か？よかった。ライダーがそうしてくれる分には安心できる。
I sigh in relief. I was worried that Sakura might be pushing herself too hard.
ライダー、これからもサクラをよろしくな。
I wave and leave the shed.
質問があります。
I stop before I return to the yard.
なんだよ。俺に答えられることってあんまりないぞ。
いいえ、あなた自身のことですから、答えられないはずがない。エミやシロ、今のあなたの言動がわかりません。私はあなたの護衛を拒否したというのに。
は？なんだ。何かと思えばそんなことか。そりゃライダーが護衛についてくれるなら安心できるけど、男なんだから自分の身は自分で守らなきゃダメだろ。
Good God.
遠坂はまああいつは何が起きても自分で解決しそうだし。
その体で自分の身を守るですか。私には強がっているようにしか見えませんが。
強がりだよ。戦力的に劣ってるんだから強がってなきゃ負けちまうだろ。まあ本音言うと不安で仕方がないんだけど、それでもライダーには今のスタンスを守ってほしい。お前が動くとさくらが疲れる。
なるほど。確かに私が動けばさくらが苦しむ。
まあ本音言うと不安で仕方がないんだけど、それでもライダーには今のスタンスを守ってほしい。お前が動くとさくらが疲れる。さくらにはこれ以上魔力を使ってほしくない。
こうして実体化するだけでもさくらに負担をかける以上、余分な仕事は増やさせたくないと。
そうだ、ライダーはさくらだけを守っていてほしい。でもし俺がやられちまったら、その時はイリアも頼めるかな。
都合のいい話ですね。私を邪魔者と分かっていながら最悪の時は頼ろうと。
そうだけどやっぱりダメか。
Ryder doesn't answer. She's staring straight at me through her blindfold.
じゃあ交換条件だ。ライダーがピンチになったら必ず手を貸す。ギブアンドテイクってことで、イリアも気にかけてやってくれないか。
返答はできません。私が窮地に陥った時、すでにあなたが死亡している確率の方が高いのですから。今の提案は魅力的ではありませんね。
そっか。ライダーがピンチになる前にやられたら意味ないもんな。すまん。確かに都合のいい話だった。
I'm in a bind then. In that case, so it would be best if I took Elia to a safer location. She doesn't want to go to the church, and I'd rather not leave her alone in her castle.
本当にあなたは危なっかしい。
なんか言ったか、ライダ
ー。ええ。今の提案を考えると言ったのです。あなたが私の窮地を救ったのなら、それ以後は必ずあなたの望みに応えましょう。それでいいですか、シロ。
本当か？都合のいい話だぞ、今の。
都合は合っています。あなたが先に私を助けた場合のみの話ですか。
My eyes widen. I'm happy that Ryder took me up on my offer, but more than that...
ライダー、今笑ったか？
いいえ、喜ばしいことはありませんでしたから。笑みが浮かべる道理はない。
But you did smile.
いや、道理がなくても笑ってたって。こう、すごく微妙な変化なんで見逃しかけたけど。
ありえません。私が否定している以上、それはあなたの見間違いです。
I'm so looking forward to the remaster of Palo Alto Rocks, yeah, because like Ryder has a larger role, has a larger role in that being. Ryder flatly denies it. If she's that insistent, maybe I really was imagining it. There's an awkward silence. I was planning to just go back to the house, but there's something about the way Ryder is looking at me that seems to pull me in. I mean, I don't blame him, really. She's as cool and stoic as ever, but I feel like she wants to say something else. The tension in the air feels really confrontational. Also, the sword just came out of nowhere, but Ryder's tall. Her hair is long and her legs are slender and well proportioned. I've only ever seen her face once, but she was incredibly beautiful under her mask. Tosaka and Sakura are beautiful too, but Ryder's on a different scale entirely. I mean, I don't disagree. But you're kind of digging your own grave since you were in a committed relationship, Shiro.
何か疑問ですか、シロ？
ああ、疑問ってほどのものじゃないんだが、聞いていいかな？
構いません。何でしょうか？
ああ、ライダーって背高いよな。どのくらいあるんだ？
I ask her frankly. Wait, why is she backing away from me?
ライダ
ー？いえ、特に意味はありません。気にしないようお願いします。
いいけど、で、身長どれぐらいあるんだ？俺より高いから170は超えてると思うんだけど。
その質問には答えない。疑問があるのなら他の質問にしてください。
Yeah, I think Ryder is rather sensitive about her height.
答えない？ライダー、自分の身長わからないのか？
そういうわけではありません。とにかく他の質問にしなさい、シロ。
I'm clearly making her uncomfortable. If she's this anxious, then maybe...
背が高いことを気にしてるのか？
You're like, that's it, you die. Fuck waiting for Zoken to kill you, I'm gonna do it myself. Ryder stiffens. I appear to have hit the nail on the head. We both fall silent again. Then, when it becomes too much for Ryder to bear...
おかしいですか？私。
いや、おかしいっていうより、理由がわからなくて固まってた。なんで気にしてるんだよ、そんなこと。
おかしいですか？私がこのようなことにこだわるのは。理由は言わずとも明白でしょう。あなたとて分かっているはずです。このような背の高い女など見苦しいだけで可愛く。
Who the fuck calls you ugly? Who the fuck calls you ugly? I will kill them. They're spouting lies.
なんで、かっこいいじゃんか、ライダー。
Talk about a trivial insecurity. I sure wish I could be that tall. Another silence. I'm starting to wonder if I'm interfering with Ryder's guard duty.
俺、邪魔かな、ライダー。
そうですね。私はマトウ造剣の襲撃に備えて姿を隠している。あなたがこう声をかけてきては姿を隠している意味がない。
だよな。それじゃあそろそろ戻る。邪魔して悪かった。
待ってください、シロ。
For the second time, I stop and turn around. Ryder hesitates and bites her lip.
手が空いているのなら、さくらの看病をしてください。あなたがいるといないでは、さくらの気の持ちようが違いますから。
そうだな。すぐに行く。さくら、目を離すとすぐ無理をするからな。ちゃんと休んでるか見てくれよ。
Go away. Ryder's right. The guest house is just over there, so I should go look after Sakura.
そうだ。初めの要件を言い忘れてた。
I turn back to Ryder for the third
なん
time.
でしょう、シロ。
ああ、おはよう、ライダー。朝の挨拶まだだったの？
Good, good. I'm so dumb for forgetting what I came here to say. And then,
おはようございます、シロ。では、私からも言い控えていたことを一つ。
Ryder goes back to her usual attitude, watching me.
なんだよ。
あなたの行動は無駄が多い。朝の挨拶には遅すぎる。時刻はもう昼過ぎでしょ。
面目ない。正直、さっきまでライダーのことを忘れてた。
でしょうね。今後は気をつけてほしい。それと、先ほどの言葉は忘れてください。
先ほどの言葉って何さ？
あなたが私を邪魔者と思っているということです。間違いでしたので訂正します。
俺、ライダーを邪魔者だなんて思ってないぞ。
ええ、それは分かりました。何をするでもなく、ただ挨拶をしに来たあなたですから。
It turns out I didn't imagine it. Now that I'm face to face with Ryder, I can see she's wearing a happy smile.
さくら、いるか？
I knock quietly.
先輩
I hear a languid voice from the other side of the door.
ちょっと待ってください。すぐに着替えますから。
She sounds a little panicky. I must have caught her sleeping. About 2 minutes later,
お待たせしました。どうぞ入ってください。
うん。お邪魔する。
I was nervous when standing here waiting to enter a girl's bedroom. I've been in this room before, but the situation is different now. Back then, Sakura was unconscious. Now she's inviting me in.
それで何かあったんですか、先輩。私少し眠っていたから物音とか聞いてなくて。
いや、そんなんじゃない。別に何かあったから来たんじゃなくて、さくらがちゃんと休んでるか気になってきたんだけど。
But I ended up interrupting her sleep.
それなら合格ですね。私ちゃんと休んでましたよ。
ああ、起こしちまってごめん。さくらだって自分の体を分かってるもんな。熱があるのに無理して動き回ることなんてないんだ。なんか俺が過保護すぎたみたいだ。
I'm disappointed at myself. I make Sakura giggle.
やっぱり気を回しすぎか俺。
いえ、そんなことありません。先輩は鋭いです。本当はですね、お掃除の続きをしたかったんです。このまま先輩が来なかったらちょっと抜け出しちゃおうって思ってました。
抜け出しちゃおうってさくら。
はい、だってこんなに元気なのに寝込んでいたら病人みたいで嫌だったんです。だから先輩に言われてもいつも通りの私でいいよって。けどそうしたら姉さんが ふざけるなって怒るんです。無理をして倒れたら私たちに迷惑がかかるって。
That's true. After lunch, I stopped Sakura from cleaning the house. But she wouldn't listen to me. I wasn't sure what to do until Tosaka stepped in. Still, she didn't exactly ask nicely. If you faint again, we'll have to kill you, Jesus. It was an awfully aggressive way to make her back down.
Soだな。Tosaka怒ってたな。
はい、私、姉さんに怒られちゃいました。
Sakura seems happy about it. I see now. Despite her words, she's happy that Tosaka is worried about her.
じゃあ、ちゃんと休んでないとな。さくらがどう思っていようと、さくらの体は疲れているんだから、さくらがこうして休んでいてくれれば、俺もTosakaも安心して外に出られる。
そうですね。けど、私は本当に元気なんですよ。今は調子が悪いだけで、明日になれば元気になってるんです。ほら、この前の風邪と同じで、こんなの1日経てば治っちゃうんですから。
バカ。邪魔しちまった俺が言うことじゃないけど、さくらは横になっていてくれ。眠れるのなら眠った方がいい。夕食時に起こしに来るから、それまでゆっくりしてるといい。
I turned to leave, but I feel Sakura tug on my shirt sleeve.
さくら。
先輩の言う通り、ちゃんと眠るんですけど、先輩がそばにいてくれるのは嬉しいです。
It's rare for Sakura to ask to be pampered. She usually tries to do everything on her own. Maybe she doesn't want to be a burden to other people. And now she's being a little selfish. No, something like this isn't selfish at all. But from her point of view, she's being very indulgent. That's why she looks so timid as she asks me. I'm willing to do anything she asks, but something like that hardly counts as a favor at all.
じゃあ、もう少しここにいる。
I agree, suppressing the urge to hug her.
やったー。それじゃあ、お茶を入れてきますね、先輩。とっておきの中国茶をご馳走しちゃいます。
Sakura turns to the bedroom door.
待った。お茶は俺が入れるから、さくらはベッド。これじゃ本末転倒じゃないか。
It would, actually.
そうですね。なんかおかしいです、私。
Sakura happily gets back into bed. As I walked out, I give her a gentle pat on the head and went to make tea. With my one working arm. Still though, this is more mentally exhausting than I expected. Sakura and I are alone.
本当はですよ。本当は先輩が姉さんのことを好きなんだって気づいてたんです。だって先輩、姉さんの前だとすごく楽しそうにしてますから。
Nothing she's saying is entering my brain. If I look at her the wrong way, I won't be able to hold myself back. I'm a guy after all. When I think back to the other night, I immediately went to scoop her up in my arms.
そうですよね。姉さんに比べたら私なんて魅力ないし、 先輩イリアさんも好きみたいだし、その先輩は物おじする子は嫌いなんでしょうか。
Don't automatically say yes. That would be a disaster. I take a deep breath and steady myself. I shouldn't do anything too extreme while Sakura is in this state, though I suppose I suppose that would help her. So it isn't a bad thing. It isn't bad, but... Alright, Tosaka and Elia are right next door. If we do anything here, they'll know. I'm not ready for the scornful way they'll look at me next time we're in the living room.
ってさくら、なんか怒らせるようなことしたかな俺。
I'm pulled back to reality from my daydream when I realize that Tosaka is oddly... Not Tosaka. Sakura is oddly gloomy.
いいえ、先輩は何もしてません。何もしてないのが問題なんです。
ん？
そのですね、私際どいことを言ったんです。先輩聞いてませんでしたけど。
すまん。確かに上の空だった。確か遠坂の話をしてたと思うんだけど。
ええ、そうです。姉さんがここで寝泊まりするようになって嬉しいかって。
Right. I was listening to Sakura talk about our current living situation.
どうなんださくら、遠坂のこと好きなんだろなら、今の状況は嬉しいんじゃないか。
嬉しいです。けど、それと同じくらい不安なんです。姉さんは私の理想で、私じゃ手に入らなかったものをいっぱい持ってます。だから近くにいると、目を背けたくなって、素直には喜べない。なんだか姉さんにも自分にも、何をしてるんだって責められてる気がしてしまって。
I think I understand. I still have a long way to go. If I were suddenly faced with my ideal self, the sight would be too painful and blinding. You have no idea. But even if I can empathize,
さくら、お前遠坂みたいなのが理想なのか。
I ask her warily. It's the kind of question that would spur Tosaka to knock me out in one punch if she was here.
ずっと姉さんみたいになりたいって思ってました。もちろん魔術師としてじゃなく女の子としてですよ。姉さんは何でもできていつも颯爽としてるじゃないですか。私も一度でいいからあんな風にかっこよくなりたいなって。
Sakura talks about Tosaka cheerfully. I have mixed feelings about that, but I agree that Tosaka is pretty cool. In fact, I find the way she owns all over her words and actions to be very handsome.
なるほど。けど、さくらは今まで遠坂と会えなかったんだろマトウと遠坂の取り決めとかなんとかで。それでよく遠坂のことを知ってるな。
はい。だってどうしたって気になるじゃないですか。私も姉さんも子供の頃のことは覚えてないんです。何しろずっと前だったから。ただ事実として私たちはもともと姉妹だったんだって知っていただけです。それで余計に気になって私たちはお互いを遠くからよく見てたんです。話すことはできなかったけど1学年上の遠坂先輩の噂は よく聞こえてきましたし。
ああ、火の打ちどころのない優等生って噂か？言われてみれば、あいつは有名人だから話には事欠かないよな。
はい。それに会えないということもありませんでした。学校ではよく声をかけてもらえたし、弓道部にも見学に来てくれましたから。それでですね、そういう時にいつも思ってたんです。私は見てもらえるだけでいいって。気にかけてもらえるだけで幸せだし、それ以上望んだらきっと嫌われるって分かってましたから。
嫌われるってどうして？
私の魔術は姉さんとは違いますから。魔術というのは基本的に用途を定められていないでしょ。先輩の魔術だって何かを成し得るために何らかの現象を起こすものです。そこには初めから限定された目的はないと思います。
うん、そうだな。できることは決まってるけど、できたものをどう扱うかはその都度違う。
けど魔導の魔術は違います。魔導の技は初めから他人から奪うことに限定した魔術なんです。それ以外の用途なんて持たない。他人の痛みしか糧にせず、他人の喜びを還元する教えがない。
I can't answer that. After all, I don't know what kind of magecraft Thamatos taught Sakura. Sakura is ashamed because she feels like she learned magecraft for nefarious purposes. So the rift between Sakura and Tosaka stems from magical differences between their families. The more Sakura despises the magecraft she was taught, the worse her guilty conscience gets.
さくらは魔導の魔術が嫌いなのか？
先輩、それは人間に呼吸をするのが嫌いなのかと聞いてるようなものです。好きでも嫌いでもありません。ただ、そうしなければ生きていられなかっただけです。私は元からそのためだけに魔導の家に譲られた子供ですから。魔導の後継者になれなければそこで消えていたものなんです。あ、先輩、そんな顔しないでください。確かに教えは厳しかったけど、先輩が思っているほど辛いものではなかったんですから。
Not as bad as Sakura. You are literally dying right now because of that magecraft.
それにですね、厳しさで言ったら先輩にはかないません。
I don't know. You went through some shit, Sakura.
私、人に傷つけられるのは楽なんですけど、自分で自分を傷つけるのは怖いんです。生きたがりな私は自分で幕を下ろすことができない。死んでしまうことは何ともないけど、自分で死のうと考えるのは怖いんです。けど先輩はどっちもできちゃうんです。先輩が夜にどんな修練をしているか見ちゃったことがあるんです。
It's over, Shiro. She's seen you sticking the hot pipe down in your spine.
一度だけですよ。忘れ物をして取りに来た時、土蔵の方で物音がして様子を見に行っちゃったんです。
Sakura dips her head apologetically, but her apology is making me uneasy.
謝らなくていい。それは俺の不注意だろ。さくらがいるってことに気づかなかったんだからな。周りの気配に気づけないようじゃ魔術師として失格だ。
それが。
それより、それっていつのことだ？さくらがやってくるようになってからすぐか？
I sure hope it was. I made a fair bit of progress, even if it was at a snail's pace. If it happened recently and I still couldn't notice her presence, then it would mean that I haven't grown at all since my early days. I saw it 5 minutes ago. Fuck!
去年の夏頃の話です。藤村先生がスイカを持ってきてくれた日なんですけど。
そうか。よかった。
I sigh in relief. If it was half a year ago, then that's an excuse I can make.
それでさくら、その見た感想とかどうかな。
That's the first time someone other than Kuretsugu saw me practicing magecraft. I did a few, examples in front of Tosaka the other day, but that was a lot different from my training in the shed. In that sense, hearing Sakura's opinion is like having a teacher give me feedback after an exam. She's a Mata mage too, so maybe she'll give me a good score.
内容に関しては黙秘権を使わせてもらいます。姉さんじゃないけど点数をつけたら大変なことになっちゃいますから。
Ouch.
それは赤ということですか。
それなら真っ赤と言えるでしょうね。
Oh man. Sometimes you're more like your sister than you think, Sakura.
けど先輩、私本当にその時しか見てないんです。いえ、見てないんじゃなくて怖くてもう見られなかった。
怖くて見られなかった？
はい。それだけじゃなくて、何度も何度も止めなくちゃって思ってました。
You kept heating up that pipe and sticking it in your back. It was gross, what?
先輩の鍛錬は普通じゃありません。私には先輩が自分で自分の喉を突き刺しているように見えました。そう錯覚したんじゃなくて、本当にそう見えてしまったんです。そんな風に見えてしまったくらい、先輩の鍛錬は危険なものでした。
I know what Sakura is trying to say. Every time I manifest my magic circuits, I flirt with death. If my focus slips by so much as a millimeter while I'm wrapping my consciousness around my innards, as I could end up blasting them out of my body. But isn't that the price that every mage has to pay? My old man said that death would always walk by my side.
そうかな。魔術師ならあんなものだって聞いてるけど。それに俺が危なっかしいのは単にまだ未熟だからじゃないか？
それは違います。未熟とか半人前とかそういう話ではないんです。だいたいそんなことを言ったら資質がないのに魔術を使える先輩は別格です。魔術というのは使うものではなく体に覚えさせるものなんです。先輩のように毎回そのためだけに魔術回路を発現させるなんて普通の魔術師はしません。私が言っているのは最終的な結果なんです。先輩は自分を殺すことを毎晩やっていました。誰に強制されるのでもなく、かといって自分のためでもないのにずっと一人きりで かたくなにそれを守ってきた。それは姉さんにもできないことだと思います。先輩はそれが善悪どちらであろうと一度決めたことを最後まで守り通す。だからきっと私たちの中で先輩が一番強い。
It's incredibly embarrassing to hear you say that with a straight face, Sakura.
バカ、おだてても何も出ないぞ。だいたい強さで言うなら遠坂だし、さくらだってどんな魔術師だか知らないけど魔導の後継者だし、ライダーだっているじゃないか。
いいえ、先輩は強いです。それは魔術回路でも魔術特性でもなくて、心のあり方が純粋だから。そんなこと出会った時から分かってたんですよ。この人はきっと何も裏切らない人なんだなって。
When she says it that seriously, I can't protest.
サンキュー。お世辞でもさくらにそう言ってもらえたのはすごく嬉しい。
I say that what I really feel, even though I'm embarrassed. Sakura smiles, looking right back into my eyes. Uh-oh. If she looks at me that way, it's going to bring back the fantasies I had managed to shake off earlier.
そろそろ戻るかな。さくらも眠いんだろ。夜もあるんだし、午後はおとなしく休んでた方がいいんじゃないか。
I awkwardly clear my throat. I try to find a place to point in my eyes and settle on the wall separating this room from Tosaka's.
そうですね。夜もありますし、隣には姉さんがいるんだし。
Tosaka blushes and looks around and uneasily too, as if sensing what I'm thinking. I'm sure I'm making the same face.
それじゃあ部屋に戻る。夕食になったら呼びに来るから。
待ってください、先輩。
待つけど、何？
そのですね。寝つくまで部屋にいてくれたら嬉しいんですけど。
I find myself chuckling as she stutters while trying to ask for something. I wish I could ask her to do the same for me.
邪魔じゃなかったらここにいる。さくらが眠ったら出ていくから、それでいいかな。
はい、もちろんです。私、頑張って起きてますから。
Look, Sakura, I'm happy to hear you say that, but then there's no point in me staying here. When Sakura lies down, she suddenly becomes quiet. She must be really tired if she passed out as soon as she lies down. But before that happens...
けど先輩、私は今日一日休めば治りますけど、先輩の腕はどうなんですか
I don't know. Can't feel it. Like, watch. Just slam the arm a few times. Nothing. She starts talking to me again. I guess she doesn't intend to sleep after all.
俺の腕なら問題ないよ。この布を巻いている限り痛みはないし、少しずつ動くようにもなってきてる。この分なら明日には普通に動くんじゃないかな。よ
かった。ほら、姉さんが手当てをしてから随分経っているでしょ。あの時は応急処置みたいだったし、もう効き目はないんじゃないかって。
随分経ってるって。
姉さんも姉さんですよね。魔術刻印を利用するのはいいけど、あんなのはその場しのぎで7日も持たないって分かってるくせに。
Sakura's tone is casual, but she said,
持たない。
the words sound terribly out of place.
そうですよ。そろそろ切れちゃう頃だから、ちゃんとした手当てをしないと。私の魔術じゃ根本的な解決はできないから、今度ライダーにいいアイディアがないか聞いてみますね。
And then Ryder all the way in the distance, don't pull me into this! She starts to doze off as she talks. I can't think of anything to say. All I can do is convince myself that she made a mistake because she's falling asleep.
先輩、そこにいますよね。
ああ、ちゃんといる。
よかった。そばにいてください。一人になると怖い夢ばっかり見るから。ちゃんと私を。
Sakura's eyes slowly close. I hear her breathing become slow and steady when she falls into a deep sleep. I turn off the lights and quietly leave the bedroom. Dark, stormy clouds fill my heart, in contrast to her tranquil expression.
ちゃんと私を見張っていてください。
Just as she's about to fall asleep, I can't help but feel as if she said that unconsciously. Interlude 11 and 1.
Sakura, 入るぞ。
He opens the door without waiting for a reply. He never waited for his little sister to answer before opening the door.
まだ帰ってきてないのか。本当に困ったもんだな、あいつ。
He clicks his tongue and steps into the room. Shinji Mato paces around his sister's room like a blind dog, running his nails along the walls.
今日も地下か？ああ、僕を差し置いて、また下で何かやっているんだろう。
Nobody answers his repeated questions. There's no one else in the room. His sister hasn't been back home for the last few days. Shinji keeps pacing around the room, even though he knows full well that its resident isn't here.
いつも通り。まったく、本当にいつも通りじゃないか。
He picks up a clock and throws it. The sound of the glass breaking irritates him more than he expected.
どこ行ってんだよ。兄貴に内緒でさ。
He keeps throwing things as if spitting out his anger. That's how this always goes. It's how he's compensated and on a regular basis for the last few years. It's the greatest act of resistance he can do to forgive himself and his sister ever since learning the truth 3 years ago. When he was born, the Mato bloodline had already outlived its purpose. The noble line lost its power, and the Matos were reduced to ordinary people. Their only special assets were their knowledge. Once a great lineage of arcane scholars met at its obscure end in the Orient. One's great lineage. He was told those facts even as a child. He was taught the Matos were special, a clan entrusted with miracles. There were no Matos left who could use magecraft, and they will have to live in society as normal people from now on. But he didn't think so. It's true that without magic circuits or whatever they are called, he couldn't perform magecraft on his own. He knew that the mages died out with his father's generation, and that he wasn't qualified to inherit the Mato name. But the Matos still had records of their miracles. Only their bloodline was over. They still had their wealth of knowledge. To the boy, that was enough to make him special. He wasn't like the other people. The Matos were a chosen people. Their worth hadn't diminished just because they lost their magical power and stopped being mages. He was proud to be part of that special family and would live an exceptional life. He might be lacking as a mage, but he was born to a chosen family. But he was born to a chosen family. That was for sure. One day, a new child came into their fold. His father said that the girl had no next of kin, so they would be adopting her. It was more than 10 years ago. From that day forward, the girl named Sakura became his little sister. At first, he didn't like her. He didn't want some foreign element to come into their special family. But as days passed, he began to approve of her. Sakura was quiet, plain, and little better than a guard dog. Trying to be hostile toward her was a waste of time, so he began to dote on her stupidity to an extent. He buried himself in books, learned arcane art that he couldn't perform, and thought of himself as the Mato heir. Only he was allowed into the Mato library. His sister was adopted, and she would never be chosen as the heir. So she had no right to look at those books. Surely she would live the rest of her life as a normal person, unaware of the Mato's remaining precious knowledge. That notion satisfied his arrogance. Each mage family only has one successor. He knew that, so he never had any doubt that his sister would be cast off and raised separately. Only one of them could learn magecraft. So it was natural. Well, he didn't see her around much. That's right. In fact, he pitied her. They lived in the same house and had the same parents, and yet only he was considered special. He felt sorry for his sister who wasn't chosen. His haughty attitude was the compassion of one who is superior, and of course, the source of his self-esteem as a reliable big brother. God, I hate this guy. So the brother pitied his sister and treated her with affection. His sister never looked him in the eye. He figured she felt ashamed of herself, so he doted on his helpless little sister. Until the day he learned the truth. That was the only sound he could make when he happened upon that room. The room he never knew about. Wisdom that was never imparted to him. And talents he was never born with. All of that was here. And she was in the middle of the room, surrounded by black squirming things and their scary grandfather. His father glanced at him with a look of scorn, he'd never seen before, as if he was an intruder. It was over. Everything he had ever believed that he had constructed in his head was turned upside down. He wasn't the special one. His sister wasn't being kept away. She wasn't the one to feel sorry for. He wasn't the one looking down on at her out of pity. His life was transformed. Now that his father didn't need to hide it anymore, he began to interact with only the little sister. His little sister still wouldn't say anything, and she just kept staring at the floor like always. With the same attitude that seemed like she wanted to escape his gaze, she said,
ごめんなさい兄さん
She said it with the same sympathy that he once directed at her. He laughed. He guffawed like there was no tomorrow. It was so hilarious that he wanted to break everything. The girl he thought of as a plaything was the real master. Well, he was a clown all along. Was he the crazy one or her? Probably both. His life shattered. He went back to the house. He went back to the house and realized something. It wasn't as if the world suddenly got turned around. His environment was always this way. The only one who had it backwards, who misunderstood, was himself. He realized how wretched he was. He had it all wrong from the beginning. The next 3 years were nothing but pain for him. His father died, and his grandfather only paid attention to his sister. Shinji Mato was no different from the heir inside the mansion. He was treated like it didn't matter whether he was there or not, and in fact, that's all he was worth. And she sympathized with him. She said sorry. She didn't necessarily say it out loud, but she apologized every time they saw each other. She apologized for taking Shinji Mato's place. She should have just ignored him. Then he would have lost his dignity, and he wouldn't feel any hope. Sakura would apologize. That only made him feel like there was no outlet for everything he was feeling. Some big brother. Like he saw her as a thing just from the get-go. Granted, that's not all his fault. It's because of his toxic family. In the light of his humiliation, and surely there was nothing wrong with him treating her this way.
なんだあいつ、まだエミヤんところに嫌がるのか。お前はマトウの後継者だぞ。マトウの後継者だぞ。尊きマトウの後継者なんだぞ。
The room shows no sign of being lived in. That went without saying. To Sakura Moto, her only bedroom was that underground nest, while this room was just for appearances. She wouldn't care no matter how much she messed up the room or how many things he broke. It wouldn't change the fact that her name is on the door.
それなのに謝るんだよな、お前は。ごめんなさい、ごめんなさいってさ。じゃあさ、すまないと思うんなら、僕の言うことだけを素直に聞けよ。罪の意識、 そんなもの知ったことか。魔頭家の人間って自覚があるなら、兄の言うことを聞くのは妹として当然のことだろう。
He tears off the bed sheets. She belonged to him. Ah! She never defined him, never thought for herself. She just lived out here. So why did she leave him now? Because of this, Shinji. Because of this shit right here.
お前が取ったんだぞ、エミヤ。
That was a miscalculation on his part. He knew that she was attracted to Shiro and Mia. Before they met, she never had any interests, but she started to think like a human being when she met Shiro and Mia. Then she gradually recovered her personality until she left Shinji. After all the trouble he went through to act like a nice older brother, how could she go with that stranger Shiro and Mia and not him? Ah, yes. I'm a nice guy, TM.
だから言ったんだ。あいつの家にやるのは良くないって。なのにあのジジイ。エミヤは監視しなくてはならんとかふざけたこと言いやがって。
Her grandfather never made any effort to bring Sakura home after giving the order. He just said to let her be and even warned Shinji to restrain himself.
必ず償わせてやるぞ、エミヤ。お前は桜の見ている前で引き裂いてやる。
That's right. Sakura was going to leave him. Then he just forced her back into their old relationship. You might be starting to realize what he's talking about. And she was going to leave the Mato family for him.
昔みたいにさ、また昔みたいになればいいだけじゃないか。
He cackles. His reflection in the cloudy window is as ghastly as a skull. I wish a skull was all that's left of him. It's evening now. Tosaka seems busy and Sakura is asleep, so I'll make dinner. My left arm can move, albeit slowly, so it shouldn't stop me from cooking simple meals.
カジキの唐揚げと、あとは肉じゃがかな、これは。
I check what we have in the refrigerator and decide on tonight's menu. With two mouths to feed, our ingredients go quickly. I'll have to make some time tomorrow to go downtown for groceries. Everyone seems excited to see that dinner is ready and waiting for them in the living room. I wonder where Ryder is, but she likely has her reasons for being absent. Ryder's priority is to protect Sakura. Maybe she doesn't want to have too much contact with Tosaka, who could become an enemy. If she doesn't come over, I'll pack a meal and bring it to her later. She doesn't seem to like being around other people, so she's probably in the shed or the dojo.
へえ、シロってこういうのが得意なんだ。さくらは洋食で、シロは和食派ってこと？
Sakura looks at me with surprise as she munches on the fried fish. I fried the marlin and fillet is golden brown, and I fried the marlin fillet. It's golden brown, and made an elegant soy sauce marinade, and with that brings out the fragrance of ginger. Tosaka seems fond of it.
私はこっちのが好きよ。シロがお料理上手で嬉しいわ。
Next to her, Ilya is enjoying a mouthful of savory sweet beef stew. It's too bad that I didn't have any potatoes on hand, but I'm glad that she likes it. But Sakura is holding her chopsticks, looking confused.
どうした？食欲ないのか？
食欲はあるんですけど、先輩、この肉じゃがお砂糖入ってませんよ。味付けが変です。
Did I really make such a rookie mistake with beef stew of all things? Did he somehow confuse the salt, sugar for salt?
ちょっと待った。
I taste the beef stew from the pot in the middle of the table. That's odd. This is how I always season it.
なんか変かな、これ。
変って、これお砂糖と塩が逆になってませんか？甘みが全くないんですけど。そう？肉じゃがってこういう味でしょ？そりゃ隠し味らしきものが入ってるから他のとは違うけど、ちょっと真似できない味よ、これ。私は初めてだからわからないけど、美味しいよ。ちょうどいい甘さで食べやすいし。
Great, so we have two people who don't know what it's supposed to taste like. It doesn't taste different than to Shiro, but tastes different to Sakura. So we have no idea whether our sense of taste isn't working, or something funky is going on with her sense of taste. Sakura pokes at her beef stew with a puzzled expression. She takes one bite and a second, then a third.
なんか味付けの薄いところを選んじゃったみたいです。変なこと言ってごめんなさい。先輩のご飯は今日も美味しいです。
So it might be something weird with her sense of taste going on. She laughs and resumes eating. Sakura moves her chopsticks as if nothing happened. I got a little nervous when she started looking off, but then she regained her spirits. With gusto, she even asked for a third helping. The looks on Rin and Elia's faces. Tosaka watched in surprise as Sakura kept eating with delight until we completely finished all the food and rice. It's after 10 p.m. now.
時間ね。そろそろ行くわよ、シロ。
Tosaka appears, ready to leave.
それじゃあ留守番頼むぞ、さくら。
Tosaka and I will go out on patrol as planned. It sounds stupid to think we can fight back against Zoken by patrolling the town, but that's all we can do at the moment. The enemies we have to beat are Zoken, Assassin, Saber, and that mysterious Shadow. To be honest, there's no way we can beat them in a straight fight. I just have to be patient while Tosaka comes up with countermeasures. Despite that, we can't stay cooped up in the house. All the news said this morning, as the news said this morning, Zoken has started attacking civilians. We might not be able to beat him, but I don't think it's a waste to try and prevent more people from falling victim. I put on my shoes without saying anything. Both of us know how dangerous it is to go out at night. Even if Zoken is only after Sakura, he might consider it a nuisance if we're walking around town. In the worst case, what happened to the forest might happen again. I might lose my right arm this time. The thought doesn't make me very talkative.
ちょっとどういうつもりよ、あなた。
And then, I'm not in the mood even for a serious talk, but I look up to see Tosaka staring at
見送
me.
りなら結構よ。おとなしく部屋に戻っていなさい、さくら。
Staring through me, to be exact. She's glaring at Tosaka, who's standing in the hallway.
姉さん、やっぱり私も一緒に行きます。姉さんと先輩だけじゃ夜で歩くのは危険だから。
Did we forget the part where you're weak and gonna die in a few days? And if you use your sword, and if you use Rider, that's just going to make things worse.
Sakura.
So that's why she's here. I appreciate the sentiment, but we have to stick to the plan.
ダメだ。ゾウケンの狙いはさくらだって分かってるだろ。さくらはイリアと一緒にここで身を守っていてくれ。
それは分かっています。けど先輩は片手が動かないし、姉さんだってもうサーバントがいないし、その。
It'll be fine. Together we make two halves of a whole idiot.
ふざけないでさくら。あなたが私たちの敵であることは変わらないのよ。そんないつ造剣の手駒になるかわからないやつに背中なんて預けられない。けど姉さん、あなたはあなただけ守っていればいいのよ。私たちに少しでもすまないって思うんならこんなことで手を煩わせないでちょうだい。あなたはライダーに自分とイリアを守らせておくだけでいいんだから。
遠坂、お前って
ほら、ぼーっとしてないで行くわよ。こんなことをしている間にも犠牲者が出てるかもしれないんだから。
Grabs me by the ear and starts pulling me out the door. Tosaka grabs my hand and pulls me out of the house. I wasn't too far off.
ともかく気をつけて留守番してるんだぞ、さくら。イリアのことは任せたからな。おい、待てってば、遠坂。ちゃんとついてくから、いい加減手を離せ。
ぐずぐずしてるそっちが悪いんでしょ。
Tosaka releases my hand and stops power walking.
何よその顔。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言ったら。
She's being like this now, all reddish and weirdly belligerent. Good grief. If you're that self-conscious about it, then you didn't need to use that tone with her, idiot.
じゃあ言うぞ、遠坂。さっきのことだけど、さくらにあんまりきついこと言うな。さくらだって好きであんな体なわけじゃないんだ。
分かってるわよ。けどだからこそはっきり言わないといけないでしょ。半端な態度を取ったらそれこそ造形につけ込まれるだけでしょ。 私はさくらに同情していない。だって造形の操り人形とかマトウに引き取られたこととか、そんなの私には関わりのないことだもの。あの子自身の問題に私が口を出してもしょうがないしね。
遠坂。
いい？私があの家にいるのはさくらじゃなくてあなたがいるからよ。私の目的は聖杯であってさくらを助けることじゃない。そのためにはさくらを監視するし、嫌われたって構わない。だからさっきみたいなことも言うし、これからもさくらを敵として扱うんだから。
じゃあ遠坂はさくらに嫌われても構わないっていうのか？今は赤の他人だから関係ないって？
そうよ。それに文句があるの、あなたは。
バカ、そんなのあるに決まってるだろう。
That's so like Tosaka. She's normally so bold and decisive, but right now I can see her clenching her fists and trying her best to convince
分
herself.
かった。遠坂がそう振る舞うって言うなら好きにしろ。遠坂がどんな態度を取ったところで気持ちはちゃんとさくらに伝わってるんだしな。
伝わるってどういうことよ。
だからお前がどのくらいさくらを大切に思ってるかってこと。部外者である俺でも気がつくんだから、さくらにはもろバレだ。
誤解よ。私はただその
Busted.
誤解も何もない。人間どうでもいいやつに真剣には怒れない。遠坂がさくらに厳しいのはそういうことだろ。口にはしないけどお前の中じゃさくらは今でも大事な妹なんだ。
何言ってんのよバカ。やめてよね、そういう歯の浮くこと言うの。
Tosaka is so angry, she becomes red in the face. The opposite of love isn't hatred, it's apathy. It's apathy. But it doesn't have its usual impact, which tells me enough.
なんだ、迷惑かこういうの。
I'm not touching you!
迷惑よ。当たり前でしょ、そんなの。
そうか。じゃあ迷惑ついでに言っとく。俺は遠坂とさくらには仲良くしてもらいたい。さくらは遠坂が好きで、遠坂だってさくらが好きなんだから、今みたいにぎこちないのは気に食わない。
あのね、私はさくらを敵として見てるのよ。仲良くなっても仕方ないし、それに第一、今さらどうやって仲良くなれって言うのよ、あんたは。
どうやってって、今のままでいいんじゃないか。自信持てよ遠坂。お前俺から見てもいいお姉さんだぞ。
無駄話はここまでよ。とりあえず今朝のニュースでやってた現場に行くんだから。
Tosaka spins on her heel and stomps off. I follow her with an absent-minded sure. But then
シロ、
she says my name without looking at me.
その、ありがとう。今のなんか嬉しかった。
And grumbles, embarrassed. There's no one at the Central Park. It isn't particularly crowded even during the day, and now it's extra quiet after last night's murders. The park wasn't built as a place to rest. It wasn't built as a place to rest between the office buildings. It's no different than an undeveloped wasteland.
殺人事件か。世間じゃ事件じゃなく事故って扱いみたいだけどね。まあ確かに誰が死んで体のどこがなくなったのかいまいちわからないんじゃ 殺人って呼び方も怪しいか。
There are still bloodstains on the grass. Quite a lot of blood. It's spilled out in 4 separate areas. They're some distance from the blackened ground, probably because the victims tried to run away.
お前はこれが造剣の仕業じゃないって言ったけど、どうだ？現場に来て印象は変わったか？
そうね。あの黒い影の仕業かと思ったけど、ちょっと違うみたい。あいつが出ると辺りのマナーを軒並み飲み込んでいくでしょ。けどここ一帯の魔力は枯渇していない。まあここで起きたことが予定外の食事だろうって見方は変わらないわ。
That's all we managed to learn from the scene. We leave the side of the tragedy. We don't find anything else of note in Shinto. Given how conspicuous last night's incident was, it's possible that Zoken's group is trying to keep a low profile tonight. It's almost midnight. Tosaka and I head home, feeling a cool breeze from the riverbank. I ask her a question on the way.
さくら、マトの後継者なんだよな。
I've been curious about something for a while.
何を今さら。もう隠し事なんてないわよ。
いや、そうじゃなくて、後継者ってことはさくらも魔術師なんだよな。ならさくらはどんな魔術を使うんだろうって。
ああ、そういうこと。そうね。魔頭の魔術は戒めとか強制とかそういうものだって聞くけど、レイジュだって魔頭がいなかったらできなかったっていうし。
じゃあさくらの魔術は制約なのかな。だけどそれだと。
Hey Abso, welcome to the stream. How's your day? That day, the magecraft that Sakura unleashed when the crestworms were attacking her must have been Ryder's power.
制約ではないと思う。それはマキリの禁呪であって得意とする魔術じゃないもの。まあ考えたところで意味ないわよ。さくらには魔術を使うだけの魔力がないもの。そんな余分な力真っ先に刻印中に食べられるんだから、魔術は組み立てられないはずよ。
そうか、それならいい。で、遠坂から見てさくらってどれぐらいの腕前なんだ。魔頭の後継者ってことは同じぐらいなのか。
魔術回路の数で言うなら私と同じぐらいよ。
So they're about level then.
シロ、私たちが姉妹ってこと忘れたの？
Yep. Right, now that she mentions it. That's why the Matos adopted her to begin with.
じゃあやっぱり遠坂と同じぐらい。
どうかしらね。私が五大元素でさくらは架空元素だったらしいわ。けどマトウは水属性だから無理やりそっちに変えられたのよ。鳥としてなら大空を飛べたものを無理やり海中に入れたらどうなると思う？
死ぬか、それとも。
そう、海中に適応する体を得るだけで精一杯よ。遠坂でなら大成しただろうけど、無理やりマトウにさせられたさくらはシロと変わらないわ。うん、体を鍛えてある分あなたの方が何倍も強いでしょうね。
じゃあ仮に遠坂とさくらが魔術戦をすれば、
10回中10回私の勝ち。さくらの魔力量じゃ私の防壁を突破できない。
I see. I don't know what kind of magecraft Sakura can use, but her power dynamic with Tosaka is clear. Tosaka isn't the type to brag, so she is probably just stating the facts.
けど恥ずかしいな。さくらが魔術師だったことにも気づかなければ、さくらの腕前もわからない。これでさくらの保護者を気取ってたなんて、とんだ大バカ者だ。
あのね、さくらは体内の魔力を刻印虫に食べられちゃうんだから、そばにいても魔術師だってわからないわよ。それにあの子はあなたにだけはバレないようにって頑張ってきたのよ。だからそんなこと間違っても本人の前で口にしないでよね。
Yeah, don't need to tell me. Don't need to tell me twice. Even if Sakura is a mage, she's still Sakura. I'm not sophisticated enough to play games with her anyway. No matter who she is, all I can do is treat her the same way I always have.
遠坂がそれでいいって言うんなら、俺は今までと同じようにさくらとやっていく。魔術師として手を貸してもらおうなんて思わないけど、それでいいんだな。
もちろんよ。あなたがさくらに頼ろうなんて言い出したら、その時はさくらは私の家に連れ戻してたところ。
The way she said it so gently with a smile makes my heart skip a beat. See? You're a great big sister, Tosaka.
けどそれも無理かな。さくら、あなたの家だと笑うんだもの。昨日から何が驚いたかって、それが一番驚いたわ。
That was a surprise? The thought seemed to make Tosaka so happy.
笑うって、さくらはその。
That's how she always is.
ええ、私の取り越し苦労だったけどね。
Of course you only know her as smiling because she only smiles around you. God damn it, Shiro.
そのさ、私はさくらとはあんまり話せないから、その代わりに暇さえあれば見てたのよ。あの子が私と同じ学園に入ってからは、毎日のように弓道部に入り浸ってたし。
ああ、それは知ってるけど。
うん。それでね、しばらく経ってから気がついたのよ。あの子、一度も笑ってないって。
That sounds pretty believable, even though I'm only hearing it for the first time. Now that I think about it, Sakura's always pretty gloomy at school.
まあ、それもあなたがいる時だけは別だったけど、たまにシロウが弓道部に来た時はさくらだって笑ってた。要するにさくらが元気な時はエミやシロウが目の前にいる時だけなのよ。
Tosaka is saying something that should make me happy, but somehow
人前では笑わないのか。
I feel like I just learned a terrible truth about her. It's past 1 in the morning by the time I'm back in my bedroom. I plop down on my futon. Tonight's patrol was fruitless. All we learned was that the story on the morning news was true. The enemy I have to defeat. To be honest, when I think about that thing I'll have to fight eventually, it gives me chills and makes me want to vomit. Zoken and Assassin are opponents that a human that can still fight. But the other two aren't. I'm not even sure if the Shadow can die. As for Saber, I don't have a chance in hell of beating her. But now that innocent people are dying, it doesn't matter whether I can win or not. I touch the red cloth around my left arm. I do have a weapon. I don't know how well it'll work, but it's still a weapon. The question is whether I can master it and whether I'll be able to survive using it. I unwrap the red cloth. My blood starts to flow as soon as I loosen the binding. Suddenly, I feel like I hear a beast howling. Something stabs me, as if stabbing me through my body. Is this pain? If it is, then no pain I felt before counts as pain anymore. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The uneven tatami, my bed softness hurts me. I feel like I'm sitting on a hill of swords. The air is toxic, and I die 3 times from breathing. A bird chirps in the distance. The wind is strong. There's no humidity. My skin dries out and turns to sand. It follows. It flows and slops away. I crumble away. Hot stakes stab me through the exposed holes. 32 of them through my shoulder. Each of them delicately, meticulously, excellently, precisely skewered as my internal jugular vein, trachea, spinal cord, sympathetic nerves, bilateral upper, middle, and lower lobes, aorta, heart, diaphragm, spleen, stomach, liver, and all eight sections of my large intestine. I'm crumbling. Time slows at a frightening pace. I watch 60 trillion cells crumble at a rate of 340 seconds. There's no pain. There's no pain. There's no pain. There's only terror. The credits roll, invading with astonishing speed. The flashback stops on a maniacal image. The death to come. The death in the past. The death happening now. The pain isn't physical pain, but a burst of rejection each time death strikes me. I hear a noise. I'm on my knees. It's the sound of my head hitting the floor. My eyes are hot. I realize I've been crying. I desperately stop a scream from escaping my throat. I crawl up into a ball, tuck my head into my stomach, and clutch my left arm in my right hand, weeping. I'm scared. I haven't felt this since the fire 10 years ago. I'm scared. It's a dread that every living creature feels. I'm scared. For the first time in my life, I want to escape my own doom. I don't reject death because it hurts, nor because I want to live. It just scares me. I tie the red cloth back on. I knot it over and over so that it'll never come loose again. I was sobbing. The priest said I'd die if I used my left arm. That's bullshit. I'll die even if I take off the shroud. My body might be able to take it, but my mind will go first. Even slightly loosening it and exposing the skin to the air was enough of a mental ordeal. If I couldn't even endure that, then I can't possibly live without the shroud. No. If this arm is a contradictory thing that no one should touch, then it's too late. My body is already on an abandoned and condemned road track, running into its final stop. A ship with a crack in its hull, sinking into the ocean depths with no one to save it. Only Only the passengers is unaware, and by the time they notice, it's already too late. My breathing is ragged. I was having a bad dream. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. I can't even stand up. I just stayed curled up, bearing this pain, and I don't understand. In my head, I don't understand. I can't remember. My left arm hurts. It hurts so bad. I wish I didn't have. I wish I didn't have a left arm. I should probably take. This off. Maybe that'll make me feel better. God damn it! I tried to remember why it hurt so much, but I can't remember how I was feeling just a second ago. The pain recedes. I managed to bundle up my disjointed mind. It must have been because I was sleeping. My scattered memory feels like chopping onions that should cook nicely if I organize them. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. See, add a sizzle of soy, add a drizzle of soy sauce for color, some pepper flavor, and a pinch of potato starch to bring the mess all together. I mumble absently. My useless head that only knows how to help other people so much it's a nuance comes up with one conclusion. I don't have to eat something that doesn't look tasty. I lost it already. It doesn't make sense to rely on something that isn't there. Therefore, Shiramiya has no weapon. He has to suppress this alien thing as long as he lives. And it'll taint him for the rest of his life. It's futile to restrain it with this cloth. There's only one way to truly escape this poison. Just cut it off. I know that, but I can't bear to let it go. The muzzle of a gun points at my temple. I imagine its trigger. The left arm is the trigger. Once I pull it, it'll operate and as designed and blow my brains out. I'm trembling. In the dim light, I hold my breath and stare at the blank wall. I hold my left arm tight again and fall back down. Just cut it off. I close my eyes. I stifle pathetic moan, and it's time to sleep, so I can be rested for now. I hear a small noise. I wake up to the sound of footsteps in the wooden hallway. I wake up my hazy mind. It isn't quite 2 a.m. Less than 30 minutes have passed since I went to bed. I squirmed out of my futon unconsciously holding my left arm. She's outside my room. I call out to the source of the noise outside my door. I didn't censor out adized. I just had a feeling she was there. The door slides open. Sakura dreamily steps into the room. She stares at the ground, biting her lip in shame, unsure what to say. She apologizes to me, as if blaming herself. But I should be the one apologizing. I know full well why she's here. It's the pain of her body panting in thirst.
すぐにさくらのところに行くべきだった。苦しい思いをさせてごめんな。
I stand up. Even if I apologize, I can't I can't be forgiven for getting so wrapped up in my left arm that I forgot about Sakura's condition.
先輩。
分かってる。さくらの準備ができているならすぐに始めよう。
Sakura nods, blushing. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, but maybe Sakura sees the act of drinking blood as something immoral.
でも、
She looks down with a troubled expression. Oh, right. We can't get anything done this way. She bit my finger before, but we can share my blood a smarter way this
ちょっ
time.
と待ってくれ。机に確か。
I stand up and go to my desk. Take out a knife, stab my eye. Suddenly, my left arm moves.
先輩、大丈夫ですか？
いや、なんでもない。ちょっと立ちくらみがしただけだ。
Damn, I'm pathetic. As soon as I use my left arm, I remember my earlier pain. It doesn't hurt as long as I keep the cloth on, so what am I afraid of?
よし、あった。
With my right hand, I rummage through the desk drawer and pull out a box cutter. I extend the blade and make sure it's chipped or dull. Okay, gonna have to put up a warning for self-harm here. If Sakura isn't going to bite me, I need to draw blood myself. This would be easier if I had a syringe or some tubing, but unfortunately I don't. So the fastest way to draw blood would be to cut myself.
よし。
My right hand holds the box cutter. My left hand is wrapped in the cloth surrounding my left arm. I'm doing something foolish. If I'm holding the cutter in my right hand, that means I have to cut my left. But if it hurts so much after just loosening the cloth, cutting it is clearly out of the question. Still, my left hand isn't dexterous enough to make short, precise movement and holding anything thin. I consider what to do next. I hear the echoes of a howl. It tells me that it still isn't too late. That if this arm is too heavy a burden to bear. Think. Remember how much you suffered just from losing the cloth. It isn't too late. You have a blade. It's going to keep invading your body for the rest of your life, and it'll be a constant struggle to keep it in check. You'll have to live with it, never knowing when the bomb you're carrying might go off. So you might as well take that knife and cut off the timer at least. I freeze, still holding the box cutter. I told myself I wouldn't have any more doubts, but they were all resurrected as soon as I picked up this blade. My heart beats a cold mechanical rhythm and my eyes lose focus.
先輩。
Her voice breaks me out of the chains. I put down the knife and take a deep breath.
少し考え事をしてた。どうでもいいことだから気にしないでくれ。
そうなんですか。でも、 先輩顔色が。
ちょっと胸焼けがしてるだけだ。今の桜に比べたら大したことじゃないさ。待ってろ。この程度の傷ならすぐに。
I slightly moved the box cutter. The pain is just a slight pinch, no big deal.
よし、これなら。
Blood leaks out, brighter than I expected. Now Sakura can... I drop the box cutter. Sakura stares at my wound, the red liquid trickling down my arm. She's wearing a slack expression, like she was never scared to begin with. Her eyes look like she's in a trance. Her lips are half parted, and her pale throat gulps with desire. She gets on all fours and crawls over over my futon towards me. She reminds me of a graceful four-legged beast. I don't know how to react to the sudden change. I just extend my arm, blood dripping from its wrist to Sakura. A drop of blood falls from my fingertip. It falls on her soft, wet lips. Her tongue flicks out, lapping up each drop. Spellbound, Sakura licks her finger. I feel the smooth texture of her tongue on my finger. I don't even notice the pain. It's happening again. That irresistible feeling is coming. Sakura looks beautiful and bewitching as she licks my arm. Her scent enters my mind and arouses me. Any fear she showed earlier is long gone. It's like she's licking honey. Her lips draw closer to the cut. They cover the wound, and which had been leaking blood. I'm struck by indescribable pleasure. My shoulders go so limp I think my arms might fall off. It's an enchanting sweetness unlike when she was only licking me. Yeah, so I saw that. In my little helpful guide that I'm using. We got multiple of these scenes. I grip my teeth, keeping my voice down. My blood is taken, and pleasure flows into its place. The pain of the wound is hazy, and I can barely even register what's happening to my right arm. Sakura sucks on my arm, draining it dry. I know she's just doing it to recover her magical energy, but it's so sweet. Even her murmuring voice resonates with my nerves. The ecstasy of having my blood sucked reaches my shoulder, and the discomfort and fear from my left arm is drowned out by the pleasure in my right. Before I know it, I'm embracing her. I use the arm that Sakura is sucking on to pull her in and hold her against my chest. Sakura continues slaking her thirst, savoring my blood. More than her soft body, I'm drunk on the touch of her lip. It's on my arm, on the honeyed pleasure of being drained. An indescribable impulse rises in my chest. I want to hug Sakura until she breaks. She sucks it all up. The sensation of having not just my blood, but my vitality sucked away was as well. And my pleasure died at hasty mind. I feel like this reminds me of something. It doesn't matter. I don't care about those misgivings. How long does she stay like this? Sakura reluctantly pulls her lips from my arm. My head feels heavy, and it still feels like Sakura is sucking on me. It's like my mind is floating in the air. Still, I try to see if Sakura is okay. Sakura drops her gaze apologetically, and I just crash to the bed. Then I feel the last drop of tension leave me, and I used up all my magical, as if I have used up all my magical and physical strength. The lights go off from my head with a zap. I can't think about what comes after. I can't remember Sakura's gentle touch on my arm, or the pleasure of having my blood drained. Like giving my blood to Sakura was just a dream. I fall into a deep slumber. My thoroughly exhausted body forgets it all. How Sakura treated my cut and went back to her room. The anxiety lingering in the back of my mind. Everything that's happened tonight. I fall back into the light sleep if I was in 1 hour ago. And we got another red interlude. It is in a sea of red. Water covers the familiar landscape, making the town seem like a fish tank. There is no air. Each time it breathes, something dark coils in its throat. This is no air. No, there is no air. It craves oxygen, but the harder it tries to breathe, the more the heavy air fills its lungs like water. So it's not different from being in the ocean. It pants, feeling suffocated. It was meant to live on land. It wasn't born in the sea. Seeking to exit the water, it climbs towards the highest place in town. Still, it feels breathless. Looking down at the cityscape, its throat burns due to lack of oxygen, and its suffering causes it to despise the peacefully sleeping city. Can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe. There's no air here. There's no pain here. Can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe. It's dragging something. The body is bewitchingly slippery and colorful. Can't breathe, can't breathe. Not enough, can't breathe. Dark hands gather several corpses. Crooked hands squeeze several corpses. Not enough, not enough, not enough, not enough. With a squishing noise, something splashes all over it. It lacks oxygen. It's hard to breathe oxygen. The water pressure doesn't care. The water pressure is unbearable. Flowing liquid covers its body. Most likely, it believes that this is the waterproof suit it needs to survive in this ocean. It reaches out with its warped hands. Moonlit dark hands become a giant shadow, descending to crush a part of the town. She wakes from her sleep. She gasps for air. Aghast at the shockingly realistic dream, she hugs her burning hot body. Suddenly, she feels something wet. Both her hands are covered in dark red. She shuts her eyes and then thrusts her hands away from herself. When she warily opens them again, her hands are clean. Even if it was just a hallucination, she can't stop shaking. She trembles with fear, shuddering like a broken machine. The shaking might cause the rattling bolts in her ears to fall out. She imagines all of her insides falling out one by one until she's lost too many parts to move anymore. The visual terrifies her so badly she can't stop shaking. She goes to the bathroom. She can't take more than a few steps. Her trembling limbs won't obey her. She nearly falls over, bracing herself on a desk. Her vision is hazy. She can't walk to the door or even see it clearly. She can't remember what she was just dreaming about or why she got out of bed. She's breaking. She can't remember anything. She can't think of anything. All she feels is desire and hunger. All she wants are warm bodies and kind, gentle words. She slumps against the desk, shaking her head. She's filled with fear and boundless self-loathing. Something's wrong with her. She knows something is wrong with her. Why isn't it enough? She got more just a few hours ago, but it isn't enough at all. She was so happy, thinking there must be no greater joy on earth. So why isn't it even close to enough? It must be because of how hollow and empty she is. That's why she isn't enough. That's why he isn't enough to fill her up. But she doesn't want anyone else to fill her up. That's why she wanted to keep becoming his forever and ever. She thought it would be fine. She thought it would be fine, and if time, her feeling, if other people, if it all went away. So why didn't she make it happen? It's so mysterious, but she can't help not knowing why. So she naturally thought that it might be able to do it for her. She's giddy. It isn't some strange delusion. Just for an instant, she thought that sounded fun. And that terrifies her. She steadies herself on the table. Her body feels like it's about to fall apart, but she hangs on. Day by day, the scary dreams are becoming clearer. Day by day, the scary dreams stop being scary. That's why she's starting to break. Until now, it was only her body. But now her mind is starting to go. She mumbles and weeps, biting her lip. It's fine if her memories are vague. She doesn't need to remember what happened a few hours ago. Her limbs won't listen to her. She isn't afraid of falling asleep forever. But she doesn't want to stop being herself. She doesn't want to be a bad person. She'll keep going crazy bit by bit until she finally snaps. Once that happens, she's sure that she'll be the greatest cause of his suffering. She's afraid of that. She's afraid of going crazy. It terrifies her more than anything else so far. If she loses it, he won't touch her anymore. He won't love her anymore. They won't be able to be together anymore. And she won't even know when. She won't even know when they are. That's not all. If she goes insane, he'll be with some other woman. She doesn't want that, not at all. She always thought that she deserved someone better, but now she can't allow it to happen. After all, he already belongs to her. So she's afraid of not knowing what she'll do once it happens. She knows how bad things are. There's no way out. She can't tell anyone about her problem. If she does, she'll just end up back in the cold place she was before. She can't go back there now that she's known warmth. She wants more, to be here with him and smile at him. She knows full well what she'll lose if this goes on. Her wish is a simple desire, her own happiness, as she has to ruin. For her own happiness, she has to ruin the one and only person who wants her to become happy. If she can't do that, then she'll just keep breaking where no one can see her. If she's going to go crazy anyway, then she might as well disappear now and turn into a monster while no one else is around. Surely that's the right choice. But she clings to it. Because she's warm, because she's happy, because she wants more. Why me, she wonders. Why is she the one who has to be cut off from such simple wants? She shakes off her weakness. She isn't jealous. She doesn't resent anyone. She defends herself. She just wants a little more time. She shakes her head in denial. In her empty head, she covers her dark heart. There's no off-ramp to happiness on this road. She turns away and from an answer she already knows. Her clouded mind has long since fallen into a nightmare. She forces herself to stop wishing for someone to help her. She just keeps crying alone. February 10th. No, February 11th. Overdose. I'm going to take a bio break quickly. My hand is also feeling cold, so I'm going to warm that up a bit too. Give me a bit, guys. Oh, whoop. Ah. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Morning. Slowly, my mind... Morning. Slowly, my mind wakes up, and I sluggishly sit up. The clock reads after 8 o'clock. I'm late. Okay, I'm not exactly late since I'm not going to school, but I definitely overslept.
朝飯作らないと。
I get up and change. While changing from my pajamas to my regular clothes, I'm forced to look at my left arm whether I like it or not. I try lifting my left arm during my morning stretches. No problem here. I can lift it up to shoulder level exactly as I intend. It's improving day by day. I still can't feel anything through it, but at this rate, by tomorrow it should...
何してるのシロ？もう朝ごはん終わっちゃったよ。
あれ
Ilya's in front of me. I meant to go to the living room, but I somehow ended up in the shed.
シロ、人の話聞いてる？私、こんなところで何をしてるのかって聞いてるんだけど。
ああ、聞いてる。おはよう、イリア。今朝は妙なところで会うな。
My answer sounds absurd even to me. I must not be fully awake yet.
シロ、体の調子、良くないの？
いや、そういうんじゃない。ただ寝ぼけてるだけなんで、ちょっと待ってくれ。
I shake my head. I'm still physically exhausted, but the drowsiness is gone.
これでよし。さっきの話だけど、ここに用があったわけじゃないんだ。ちょっと寝ぼけて間違えただけ。
そっか。それじゃあ今に行こう。シロの朝ごはん、私が用意してあげるから。
Ilya cheerfully runs back into the yard. It's a clear day. The sky is bright blue, washing away yesterday's gloom. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with comfortably cool air.
イリア、今朝飯作るって言ったのか？
She did. The first thought that comes to my now operational mind is her last remark. Ilya's breakfast. I'm looking forward to it, but the notion makes me very uneasy. I can say with confidence that Ilya has never been in the kitchen before, much less has picked up a chef's knife.
横にいて監督してやった方がいいんだよな。こういう場合。
I head towards the living room, feeling the prickly grass beneath my feet. I'm shocked again. Talk about sleepwalking. What was I thinking, coming out here barefoot? I arrive in the living room almost 4 hours later. After taking the time to clean the dirt off my feet, I nearly bump into Sakura when I enter the living room.
おはよう、さくら。今朝は悪い。寝過ごしちまって気づいたら8時過ぎてた。
Sakura stares at me. I wonder if she didn't hear me.
さくら。
I reach out to her, thinking her fever might have come back, but
おはようございます、先輩。
She greets me at full volume, making my concern unwarranted.
朝から元気いいな、さくら。その分じゃ、体の方も調子いいんだ。
おかげさまでですね。調子はすごくいいです。先輩に元気を分けてもらいましたから。
Sakura speaks haltingly. I'm glad she's upbeat, but the fact that she doesn't look calm makes me worried too.
どうしたんだよ、さくら。なんか変だぞ。だいたい俺が元気を分けたって何の話だ。
ですから、昨日。
In your bedroom, she trails off. Sakura mumbles bashfully. Now I remember. How could I forget? Last night. I held Sakura. Or rather, she embraced me. Heat suddenly rises to my head. It instantly reaches the boiling point, as if all my blood below my neck was pumped there.
さくら、昨日のあれは。
Really happened, right? It wasn't a dream? Blushing with an expression that seems to blame me somehow, she nods. Wow. Just when I thought my fate couldn't be any harder, it does. Meaning that last night, Shiramiya's rational mind labeled everything that happened as a dream and filed it away. Wait, not that.
その、昨日はごめん。
I clumsily apologized to her, holding my dizzy head in my hand.
はい。でも、私は嬉しかったですよ、先輩。
Her shy smile is like a mortal blow to my heart. She got me. She's so lovely, I want to hug her again right now. If Elia wasn't around and I didn't hear the TV, the TV on in the living room, I'd.
シロ、朝ごはんできたよ。
If Elia hadn't chimed in right on cue, I might have charged straight into super mushy mode again.
そういうわけだから、朝飯食べてくれ。この話はまた後でな。
I make a sharp turn like a robot and head for the living room. I desperately move my sluggish arms and legs, taking control of my mind and driving the desire into a corner, into a corner of it.
はい、シロ、朝ごはん。
Ilya thrusts a plate at me as soon as I enter the living room. Arranged on it are a black piece of toast, a soft-looking sunny-side-up egg, and a neatly cut tomato.
Thank you.
I accept it, still feeling dizzy. Take my usual place at the dining table and bite into the crunchy toast. The toast aside, she did a good job on the eggs. I wonder if she learned by watching, or if Sakura or Tosaka taught her. Anyway, I give her full marks for this first attempt. I keep chewing on the toast. Ilya watches me eat, looking neither proud nor ecstatic, just satisfied. I avoid saying that the toast has the texture of charcoal. Wouldn't want them to ruin the mood, because it actually does taste good. Everyone has their own preferences. Some people happen to like their toast black and hard.
問題あるわよ。 そんな焦げっちいの食べてると体壊すわよ、あんた。
バカめ。米にしろパンにしろ、この焦げ目が美味しいんだ。
ちょっと、エミヤくん、頭平気？
だからうまいって。あと乱暴でもいいらしいんだ。
本格的に寝ぼけてるのね。あのね、そんなのんきなこと言ってる場合じゃないんだけど。
Tosaka looks at the TV. It's on and playing the news. Am I having deja vu? The story they're talking about should have happened a long time ago. Suddenly, my sluggish mind kicks back into gear. I read the captions on the screen. Koma's in Shinto, last night and in the early dawn. People lost consciousness and didn't wake up. It's believed to have the same cause as the mass poisonings that happened recently, but something is different about them. They were affected in an area 50 meters wide. It had only happened within a single building or so before, but the radius of this latest incident was dramatically wider. But that isn't the problem. At the end of the news report, a number of victims is listed. 3 digits worth of people in the hospital, and people missing too.
これ。
そう。行方不明者14名。調べればもっと増えるだろうけど、とりあえずは全体の10分の1ってことで落ち着きそうね。完全に飲まれてしまった人間は。
My mind freezes, and consciously,
これが造剣の仕業か、あの影の仕業かはわからないけど、どっちにしたって、今までとは段違いの犠牲者が出たことに変わりはない。この分でいけば、数日後には一区画丸ごと飲み込まれかねないわ。
I squeeze my wrapped left arm tightly.
行方不明になった人たちは
Dead, I confirm with her. Without saying anything, she looks away and nods.
話はここまでよ。シローの気持ちはわかるけど、罪悪感は後にして。いい？あいつらは私たちに手がないと思って、やりたい放題やり始めた。私たちを甘く見てるからこんな馬鹿げたことをしてるのよ。なら、舐められてる私たちが何をするべきか、確認するまでもないでしょ。
Tosaka quietly stands up. Her destination is clear. Without beckoning me to come along, she's headed for the dojo.
で、担当直入に聞くけど、腕の調子はどうなの、シロ？
Tosaka launches straight into business as soon as we enter the dojo.
普通に動かせるぐらいにはなった。けど、そういう話をしているんじゃないよな、トサカは。
ええ、私が聞いているのは、アーチャーの腕として理解できたかってことだけよ。
Either watches us both, saying nothing. I can claim, and without a doubt, that Tosaka has no idea what this arm really is. She doesn't know the terror it made me feel last night. She doesn't know that taking off the cloth will be the end of me. She doesn't know that merely exposing its skin, and never mind using Archer's power, will destroy Shiro Miya's body. I remember the sensation, inescapable death. The claustrophobic feeling of being buried alive, having my world emptied as painted over by something alien to me, and watching that world shrink as I meet at a silent absolute end. The mere taste of that memory makes the thought replay in my shuddering head. I can't use this arm. If I do, I'll die. My death will be all but certain and without a miracle to save me.
どうなの？私の魔術刻印を移してから1日経ったんだから少しは手応えがあるはずよ。さあ答えて。あなたアーチャーの腕で何ができるかもう分かっているの？
Hold on. Tosaka is asking something completely different from what I'm thinking. Does she think I can use Archer's arm already?
それはアーチャーの腕を制御できるかって話じゃなくて、アーチャーのホグが何であるかって話か、遠坂。
そんなの当たり前でしょ。シローはアーチャーの腕を使ったらまずいんだから使わせるわけないじゃない。何？それとも使う気でいたっていうの？あんたは。
Ah. Tosaka is genuinely angry at me.
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだが、なんとなくそういう流れかなと。
そういう流れってどういう流れよ。まったく言っとくけど、どんな状況になろうとアーチャーの腕だけは使わせないからね。シローも私の許可なしで使おうなんて思わないで。そのアーチャーの代わりなんだから勝手に死なれたら困るじゃない。
I take it all back. Tosaka does know. After all, she's a far more skilled mage than I am. She knows better than I do what happened to me. What will happen to me if I start trying to use this arm.
それでどうなの？アーチャーの宝具が何であるか理解できた？
I don't know what Tosaka expects me to say, but
もういい加減言ってあげればシロ。そんなのアーチャーの腕を移植された時から知ってるって。ちょっと今の本当なのシロ？
まあ本当だと思う。アーチャーのホグはあいつの投影魔術で武器を複製することだろう。
I'm not confident in my answer since it was just a hunch I had without any proof.
緊張して損した。要するにもうつながってるんだ、それと。それはそれで助かるけど、どうして黙ってたのよイリア。シローがアーチャーの投影魔術を知ってたのならいちいち確認取る必要なかったじゃない。どうしても何も聞かれなかったから言わなかっただけよ。リンはシローに投影をさせたがっているんだから伝えるのはリンの役目でしょ。私が口出し。何よその口ぶり。あなたあそこまで用意しておいてやめるって言うんじゃないでしょうね。どうしても何も聞かれなかったから言わなかっただけよ。リンはシローに投影をさせたがっているんだから伝えるのはリンの役目でしょ。私が口出しすることじゃないわ。それはリンとシローが決めることでしょ。確かに宝石剣を複製できればリンの勝ちよ。だからこそ私も手を貸してあげたけど、それは私の義務だから手を貸しただけ。決してあなたの方針に賛同したからじゃないわ。
Based on what they're saying, it sounds like Tosaka wants me to project
いい
something.
かな。要するに何か複製したいものがあるのか、遠坂。
そうよ。シローにはあるものを複製してもらうわ。私たちだけじゃセイバーにもあの影にもかなわない。だからサーバントにとって代わるサーバント以上の魔術講師、霊体であるサーバントを打倒する概念武装を作り上げなくちゃいけないのよ。
概念武装？それって決められた事柄を実行するっていう固定化された魔術品のことだっけ？
ええ、物理的な衝撃で相手を打倒するのではなく、概念コンパクトしての重みで相手を打倒するアウトブレイカー。あなたにはその中でも特殊な うちに伝わる短剣を投影してもらうわ。目標はセイバーの宝具に対抗できるだけのものを作ること。バーサーカーを倒したセイバーの宝具は見たでしょ。単純な火力で言えばセイバーは他の追随を許さない。あの黒い影だってセイバーの宝具を受ければ跡形もないだろうし、私たちだってあんなものを振るわれたら防ぐこともかわすこともできない。けど逆に言えば急増ですぐ壊れる模造品でもセイバーの宝具を上回る剣さえ作れれば、あとは戦い方次第ってわけ。
It's a rational plan. If their biggest edge is Saber's no phantasm, then we just need to have something stronger than it. Making a better weapon than our enemies. That's one of the surest and most simple paths to victory. However,
そうかな。それだけの宝具を投影するなんてできないぞ、俺。いや、そもそも投影魔術が成功したことなんて一度も。
ええ、私たちが知っている投影が成功したことなんて一度もないでしょうね。けどあなたの投影はそういうレベルの話じゃない。今まではやり方がわからなくて間違った方法で間違った投影を行っていただけ。けどアーチャーの知識があるならあとはそれをなぞるだけでいい。アーチャーという見本を知っている今のあなたなら投影は必ず成功する。
Tosaka says it with confidence. I'm afraid I don't quite share it.
いい？前にも言ったけど、あなたは強化じゃなくて投影の魔術使いなの。そのあなたがより上位の複製者であるアーチャーの魔術理論を踏めば本物と同じ能力を持つ複製品とまではいかないだろうけど、オリジナルに似た能力を持つ複製品を形取れる。それ以外のフォローは私たちの役割よ。私とエリアは今あなたに投影してもらう武器の材料をできるだけオリジナルに沿うように用意してるわ。投影時の資料になる設計図はイリアがリーディングで解析中だし、本物に使われていた材料は私の方で用意してる。まだ準備に時間がかかるけど、これが揃ったらあとはシロー次第よ。シローが形だけでも大主婦のパスを複製してくれれば造剣と正面からぶつかっても勝機が見える。
Basically, they're going to supply me with the blueprints and materials that I'll use to build something. No complaints here if we can use it to beat Zoken. I'm happy to go along with Tosaka's plan, except...
仮に俺がその武器を投影できるとするぞ。その場合、材料はいらないだろう。オリジナルがあるならそれを見せてもらえれば、あとはこっちで真似事をする。材料なんて用意してないで今すぐ試してみればいい。
バカ、それができるなら2日前に試させてるわよ。いい？今のシローじゃ投影はできて1回。それも必ずどこかにほころびができるイメージになる。それじゃあ意味ないでしょ。土蔵に転がっている出来損ないと同じ。形はそっくりでも中身がないっていう偽物を作られたらたまんないわ。
けど俺はその偽物しか作れないぞ。
だからそのフォローを私たちがしてるんじゃない。投影に必要な魔力と知識を補うためにできる限り本物に近い素材を作っておいて、あとはそれにあなたのイメージを重ねて固定化するってわけ。簡単な足し算よ。シローのイメージと私たちが用意した材料を足してより高い数値を求める。
まあアーチャーの腕で投影すれば材料や元になる設計図もいらないんだろうけど、そういうわけにもいかないでしょ。アーチャーの腕に頼らないで戦う武器を用意するって言ったら、もうこの方法しかないのよ。
元からあるものを投影で強化するってことか。そうだな。それなら少しは。
A little more realistic, like an outcome I could manage with
けど
practice.
成功するかどうかわからないぞ。強化だってマスターになる前までまともに成功しなかったんだ。そんな離れ技ぶっつけ本番でできるとは思えない。
ああ、それは大丈夫。シロにはこれから投影の練習とアーチャーの知識の引き出しを猛特訓してもらうから。
そうか。俺もその方がいいんだけど、なんか嬉しそうだな、遠坂。
まさか。ここんところずっとエリアと積み木遊びしてたから、出来の悪い教え子とコミュニケーションするのもいいかなって思ってるだけよ。
Oof, I shudder, remembering the bizarre sensation I felt yesterday. It was an ordeal where Tosaka stripped me down, closed in on me, and jammed her finger inside of me. That ended without incident, but if it's going to happen again today... I might get a good scolding from Sakura, who is resting in her room.
と、冗談は置いておいて、話は分かってくれた？それなら、最後の確認をしておきたいんだけど。
最後の確認？
この作戦でいいかってことよ。結局私たちはシローの投影に頼るしかない。アーチャーの腕は使わせないけど、それでもアーチャーから魔術を習う以上、シローの体にはアーチャーっていうサーバントの毒が混ざる。それでもシローはこの方針に従ってくれる？
いや、従うも何も造剣が倒せるなら文句はないぞ。魔術の鍛錬だって遠坂が指導してくれるなら頼もしいし。
はっきり言うわ。アーチャーの魔術を習うってことは、アーチャーの腕の束縛を解くってことよ。つまりね、ここで投影の鍛錬をする間はその正外符を外せって言ってるのよ、私は。
My thoughts freeze in place. Take off the holy shroud? Just barely loosening it last night struck me with sheer terror, and I wound up shaking and sobbing. She wants me to unleash this poison again? My answer goes without saying. Yeah, this is one that'll also lead to a that'll also lead to a bad ending. But I'm being called. I'm being called for food, so I'm gonna take a food break, and we'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. See you then, guys. All right, I'm back, and I was gone for about 20 minutes. Okay, so if we go this path, this will set us up for a bad end later. So we nod.
それでどうにかなるんだ。
I scrounge up every bit of strength and grit, and
遠坂の方針に従う。この布外せばいいんだ。
I managed to make myself nod.
そう、やっぱりそうきたわけ。
なんだよ遠坂。今の答えじゃ不満か？
別にあんたに脅しなんて意味なかったって再確認したところ。正外符を外してもいいだなんてあっさり言うとは思わなかっただけで、答え自体には満足よ。
Tosaka huffs and turns away, clearly unhappy.
変だぞ遠坂。こっちが覚悟を決めてうなずいたっていうのに、俺が悪いみたいじゃないか。
変なのは私の方よ。その答えを欲しがったのに、いざ言われたら頭にくるなんてどうかしてる。けどシロ、さっきも言ったけど、私はあなたにアーチャーの腕なんて使わせない。それは決して正外符を外させないってことよ。あなたの覚悟を試した私が言えることじゃないけど、二度と正外符を外すなんて言わないで。それを外すってことはもう戻れなくなるってことだから。
It's an earnest plea, not a warning. I squeeze my wrapped left arm. It's true that I don't want to take this off, but that means
アーチャーの魔術を習うってのはどうするんだ？布を解かないとあいつの魔術構成は引き出せないんじゃないのか？
もちろん。だからここは無理を承知で少しだけ正外符の工作を緩めてもらうわ。それなら封印を解いたことにならないし、アーチャーの腕からの反動も少なくできるでしょ。
そうだな。じゃあさっき遠坂が言った布を外せっていうのは？
ええ、少しだけ布を緩めろってことよ。けどそれだって大事だから、まずシローの覚悟を試してみたってわけ。ともあれ、これはいつかやらなくちゃいけないことでもある。シローだっていつまでも布を巻いたままなんて嫌でしょ。せめて自分で巻き直せるぐらいできないとこの先やっていけないんだから。お風呂の問題とか何かの拍子で外れたりとか。
fair point.
ああ、そうだな。それは確かに。
でしょ。だから今のうちにせめて布が緩まった程度の反動には耐えられるようになっておかないと。昨日の刻印はうまく馴染んでいるようだし、耐魔力だって上がっているし、意識の保護はエリアがやってくれるから、今なら5分ぐらいは OK なんじゃないかしら。
イリアが保護するって、そのイリアと二人でアーチャーの腕を押さえつけろってことか。
ちょっと違うよ。私が守るのはあくまでシローの精神だけで、アーチャーからの逆流を我慢するのはシローの役目。シローはアーチャーの経験を引き出さなくちゃいけないんだから、防ぐんじゃなくて耐えなくちゃいけないでしょ。
I see. If Ilya blocks the magical energy flow from Archer's arm, I won't be able to learn his magecraft. Even if it's toxic to me, I can't learn what it contains unless I taste it myself.
じゃあ俺は布を緩めてできるだけ左腕からの逆流に耐えればいいんだな。
ええ、その時は目を閉じて内側に意識を向けること。魔術界
Ilya does not look happy.
簡単でしょ。とにかくシローはアーチャーの投影技法を体験するだけでいい。身に染みさせるだけでいいんだから、間違っても理解しようだなんて思わないでね。ごめん、ちょっと席を外すわ。あとはよろしくね、イリア。すぐに戻るから、その間にシローを鍛えてあげてちょうだい。
And with that, Tosaka suddenly leaves the dojo. Though not without any urgency.
どうしたんだ、あいつ。
さあ、何か忘れ物でもしたのよ、きっと。そんなことよりシローにはやることがあるでしょ。拘束を緩めるなんてバカな真似は反対だけど、シローが約束したのなら手伝ってあげる。さあ、リンが戻ってくるまでに済ませましょう。
Ilya goes behind me and places a cool hand on my back.
エリア。
いいから目をつぶって、シローが一番得意な瞑想をして。魔術回路が開いたら、こっちでシローの意識をプロテクトして正外符の拘束を緩めるわ。タイミングはこっちで測るから、シローは流れてくる魔力に耐えてるだけでいい。けどくれぐれも死ぬ気で耐えて。左腕からの反動でシローは間違いなく飲み込まれるから。
I nod, slowly closing my eyes. Quickly and quietly, I still my mind and create different nerves inside my body. In just a few days, it's become much easier to create my pseudo nerves. And then, just as I complete the line of light running down my back.
余計な忠告をするね、シロー。リンが知ってるのは英霊の腕を移植された人間の痛みだけよ。だからリンはこれがどういうことになるか分かってない。けどそれも仕方ないわ。だってシローとアーチャーの関係を知っているのはこの世で私だけなんだから。
Ilya says something strange in a voice I can't quite hear. Interlude 12:1. The two sisters leave the dojo and enter the yard.
どういうつもり、さくら。体が悪いんだからおとなしく部屋で休んでいるんじゃなかったの？
Rintosaka looks down on the girl with an icy glare rather than concern. Sakuramoto uneasily drops her gaze. Neither of them exchange any words. Rin sternly scolds Sakura for poking her nose where it doesn't belong. While Sakura can't find the will to say anything due to her feelings of indebtedness and inferiority.
エミヤ君が心配になって見に来たのなら戻りなさい。それだけの理由なら私も見なかったことにしてあげるから。
Sakura trembles slightly. The older sister's rebuke is severe. She knows full well how insecure and gloomy Sakura is, even as she drives at her.
違います姉さん。私はただ。
Even as she feels pressured by Rin, Sakura works up her resolve to stand up to the big sister who she looks up to so much. However,
説明は不要よ。私は部屋に戻れって言っているの。ここで何を言われようが、あなたを道場に入れることだけはしないから。
Rin cuts her off mid-sentence.
そんな中に入れないってどうしてですか？
どうしても何もないわ。マスターとして行動するとき、私たちにとってあなたは敵でしかないだけ。いい？さくら。戦闘に参加せず、ライダーでこの家を守ろうが、あなたが造剣の手駒であることに変わりはないの。そんな相手の前で鍛錬なんてできるわけないでしょ。
All Sakura can do is stand there and take the cold lecture. Rin genuinely believes what she says. And like Shiro, she's constantly on guard against Zoken's next move. Or perhaps, she's absolutely sure that Sakura will turn on them. Sakura bites her lip in frustration. As Rin says, they don't know when Zoken will take action. With each passing day, the body becomes harder. Her body becomes harder to control, and her memory is more scattered. Even her sleep is plagued with nightmares, and no longer peaceful, and no longer the peaceful respite that it once was. She could indeed lose her mind at any moment.
そういうこと。何よりそんな魔力不足の体でうろつかれちゃ迷惑よ。今のあなたはいつ倒れるかわからない。まあ、今は落ち着いているようだから倒れたりしないだろうけど、無理をすればするほどエミヤ君が心配するわ。そうなれば彼、今以上に追い詰められるわよ。それはあなたも望むところじゃないでしょ、さくら。
Rin's logic is completely sound. Frustrated by her own powerlessness, Sakura stares at the ground again.
分かってくれた？なら早く戻りなさい。お昼になったら呼びに行くから、それまでちゃんと休んでること。
She nods meekly. Rin turns her back on her little sister. Her gesture seems to declare that Sakura Moto is a nuisance.
待ってください姉さん。
何？まだ何かあるの？さくら。
はい。姉さんの話は分かりました。私も部屋には戻ります。けど、ちゃんと聞かせてください。姉さんは先輩に何をさせる気なんですか？姉さん、先輩はもう戦えないって分かってるんでしょ？なのに今日も先輩を呼び出して、これ以上何をさせようって言うんです。
Rin stops in her tracks.
何って魔術講座よ。このままじゃ造形にもセーバーにもあの黒い影にも勝てないでしょ。だからシローにはアーチャーの腕から魔術を引き出してもらう。アーチャーの腕は経験値の塊だからね。正外符の拘束を緩めれば、シローが眠っていても一方的に経験値が流れ込んでいって強引にレベルアップさせられるでしょ。
Grind session, baby! Sakura's a mage too, so she understands how reckless of an idea that is. What her sister is trying to do to Shiro is nothing but torture. Like trying to force 100 liters of fuel into his 10-liter tank. Of course, the excess gasoline is bound to spill out, and even if they pour 10,000 points of experience into him, he can only retain 10. It will only cause him suffering. All Shiro will gain is less than a tenth of the agony he is forced to taste. And more importantly, a normal mind could never endure such an experience. If a mud doll faces a tidal wave, it will be washed away without a trace. That's what it means to loosen that holy shroud.
そんなことを続けたら先輩の体が持たない。それだけじゃない。先輩は姉さんを信じています。信じてるからそんな無茶なことだって受け入れる。けどそんなことをしていたら結局最後には姉さんの一言で鼻布だって外してしまうに決まってます。
さくら。
She doesn't look down this time. Sakura glares defiantly at her sister, her ideal.
そうね。けどさくら、私が言わなくてもあいつは自分から正外符を外してたわ。さっき話しててそれが分かっちゃった。ほんとどうかしてるわ。私がどんな風に忠告してもね、きっと最後には何でもないことみたいに外しちゃうのよ、あいつ。
I mean, curiosity and all.
そう。それが分かるから、そんなことをしなくてもいい方法を提示するしかなかった。外さなくてもなんとかなるって知っていれば、あいつだってギリギリまで我慢するでしょ。だから私の役目はそのギリギリのうちに戦う道具を作らせること。それが終わればシロを休ませる。閉じ込めてでもおとなしくさせて聖杯戦争が終わるまで戦わせないわ。
Her sister is telling the truth. Rin Tosaka is being as considerate as she can, but that's only within her own heart. Sakura has the heir to an equally old lineage, so she knows her sister has other priorities.
姉さんが先輩を案じてくれているのはわかります。けれど姉さんはそれだけです。もし今の方法でおじいさまを倒せないとわかれば、姉さんはきっと使う。あなたは遠坂の魔術師ですから、勝つため、魔術師としての規律を守るためなら、姉さんは先輩を道具として使う人間です。
It's not a question, just a statement of fact. The Tosaka heiress closes her eyes.
ええ、今の方法が失敗してゾウケンとあの影が昨夜のような強行を繰り返すなら、シロにはアーチャーの腕を使ってもらう。彼一人の命で済むのなら当然でしょう。
She lays it out boldly.
そんなの勝手です。先輩は初めから聖杯なんて欲しがっていなかった。マスターになったのだって空前じゃないですか。ならもうこれ以上無理やり戦わせるなんて間違ってます。
何か勘違いしてるみたいね、さくら。いい？私はシローに無理強いなんてしていないし、そもそも本当ならシローに発言権はないの。シローは私のアーチャーから腕をもらって一命を取り留めた。その後もあの腕に耐えながら受け入れている。ならその時点であいつの命は私のものでしょ。シローにあの腕がある限り、あいつは私のアーチャーなの。わかる？この戦いが終わるまでシローは私の使い魔ってこと。さくらに口出しされる言われはないわ。私はあいつが戦いを望む以上全力で力を貸すし、貸してもらうだけなんだから。
She can't come up with a retort. Awed by her sister's confidence, the girl stands there, unable to say anything in reply.
話はそれだけ？じゃあ部屋に戻りなさい。ここにいられたら迷惑だって言ったでしょ。
Tosaka turns and goes back to the dojo. The girl watches her go as if gazing at a distant landscape. This yard should be so familiar to her. This yard that should be so familiar to her seems huge. She feels like there's nothing in it, and nothing she can reach for. In the midst of her loneliness,
そう。先輩まで取っていってしまうの。姉さん。
she whispers in an empty voice. Then, I find Tosaka's face right in front of mine. I wonder when she came back.
あれ、何やってんだ、遠坂。
なんでしょうね。様子じゃないの？それよりお昼は凛とさくらの方が。
That's weird. What are they whispering about right in front of me?
遠坂、エリア。
I can't raise my voice, but something must be wrong with my throat.
せーの。おい、何話してるんだ、二人とも。
They suddenly stop whispering. Oh, my voice is back. It seems like yelling helps clear up my throat.
何よ、さっきまでは私の味付けも新鮮だとか言ってたくせに。シロ、辛いの苦手ってこと？
I mean, I don't.
リンのは辛いんじゃなくてしびれるのよ。もうお昼はさくらに任せるって決まったんだから、いい加減諦めなさいよね。シロだってさくらのシチューがいいって言ったんだから。
Apparently, they were talking about lunch.
あのな、今はそんな場合じゃな。
The time, I almost say. I look at the clock and see that it's almost noon. Something nags at me. Nothing's particularly wrong, but I feel a strange chill in the familiar dojo. Because it was just after 9 o'clock when Tosaka left. Knowledge I don't know in my head. Why are we talking about food? I joined the conversation. Speaking of which, what details of every weapon already in my head? Ilya's worried. That white-hot pain in my arm. 40 then 60 times. Memories disappear and I'm back to normal. Is this it? The rule breaker? We do have weapons. I tapped the finger on my forehead. I'm okay. Anyway, the dizziness is going away.
シロどうしたの？イリアと商店街まで買い物に行くんでしょ？
I searched my memory. I frowned for a bit before remembering that I did say I'd go shopping with Ilya.
じゃあ行こうか、イリア。
I shake my head and start walking.
ちょっとなんか変よあなた。生涯符を戻した時は元気だったけど、今になって疲れが出たとか？
そうだな。確かに少し混乱してる。けど、まあ大したことないぞ、こんなの。
It's nothing compared to the pain I felt last night, and I'm in good physical condition. I got a little dizzy for a second there, but it doesn't pose a problem at all. I take Ilya outside. I can't afford to go out shopping frequently anymore, so we'll have to stock up for about 3 days at a time.
So れじゃ派手に買い込むか。イリアは何がいい？差し当たっては昼飯のメニューだけど。
あれお昼はシチューじゃないの？シロさっきそう言ってたけど。
ああ、そうだった。まあ決まってるならはっきりしてていい。さくらのシチューって言ったらホワイトだから鶏肉を見に行こう。
We head to the butcher's shop I usually visit. We're going to stock up for 3 days in any case. I can't waste money, so I need to maximize value and quality. We spend a brisk 30-minute shopping.
いっぱい買ったねシロ。
Ilya looked bored while we were shopping, but she seems to enjoy herself when I gave her some bags to hold.
悪い、買いすぎた。イリア、そっち重くないか？こっちの袋のが軽いから取り替えよう。
I hand her the lightest grocery bag out of the 7 I'm holding.
重くないから大丈夫。それよりもう一個持とっか。シロいっぱい袋下げててブドウみたいだよ。
いや、俺も平気なんだけど、ブドウってのはまたすごい例えだな。
本当は風船持ったピエロみたいだけど、ブドウの方が可愛いでしょ。
Ilya runs through the street and talking happily.
待てってばイリア、重くはないけど走るのはさすがにきついんだって。
Rather than the weight, I'm afraid that the eggs and tofu in the bag might get crushed. I sigh and fast walk after Ilya. This is the greatest concession I can give as the designated grocery shopper. And so I follow Ilya, making a lot of noise as I hold my groceries carefully. That seems to tickle Ilya as she looks like she's having a lot of fun. Once we leave the shopping district and arrive at the intersection, Ilya stops and turns to me. I am not even going to try and read. I'm not even going to try and read this. I would absolutely butcher it. I mean, it's German, and German shares similarities to Afrikaans, which I do know know a little bit of how it's spoken, but there's still a lot here that I don't know how to read. Ilya starts singing, supermarket grocery bags in hand. The melody sounds familiar, like I might have heard it in school when I was a child. I'm walking next to Ilya, so I don't know what face she's making. I have no way of telling what expression she's singing with, or how she feels as she walks home. It's a nostalgic melody. The tune is simple and gentle, yet lonely. I'm sure that Ilya is happy. Otherwise, she wouldn't be singing on the way home. On the other hand, I can't help but think, maybe Ilya sings to herself a lot. With no one to talk to and no father waiting to greet her at home, perhaps this is the only way she can express herself when no one else is around. At the edge of the road, I look up at the tall curved traffic mirror. It reflects me holding a lot of bags and a girl singing with her eyes closed as if in a dream. There's nothing else to say. We're just a brother and sister on the way home after buying groceries. The sight is so natural, so ordinary that I can't help but imagine how wonderful it would be to see Kuretsugu there. In between the boy and the grocery, with the groceries and the lively little girl.
Ilya.
I hold my breath.
何シロ
You almost ran into a pole. She innocently turns around. She must be hiding how she really feels. Ilya's shutting off her own feelings. Ever since Archer disappeared, she's become sullen at times. That's how we can have moments like this. Because if she doesn't hide how she really feels, then she can't smile. That goes for me too. I've known it all along, but I kept putting off thinking about it. Turning away from what needs to be said. Ilya let things be this way, so I joined in on the lie.
シロ
Ilya must have given up. She stopped pursuing it and decided to keep us company at our end. That's okay. If Ilya is happy with our current relationship and willing to ignore it all, then it'll end without her losing anyone else. But still.
いや、この戦いが終わった後、もし帰るところがないんなら。
I'm crazy. I'm saying something that doesn't need to be said. But I have to say while I still can. I'm going crazy. That's all the more reason.
このままうちで暮らさないか。
I need to say it now, properly, before I completely lose my mind. She stops. With a flat voice, Ilya
それ
asks,
はキリツグの息子として
She watches me quietly. Kuretsugu's son. What Kuretsugu couldn't do, what he left behind. I must carry on the responsibility as his son, even if we aren't related by blood. I have to settle things with this girl, not because Shiro Amiya wants it, but because Kuretsugu's son owes it to her. That's what Delia is asking me. Yeah, and my answer is, of course.
俺は親父の息子でイリアが好きだ。一緒に暮らしたい理由はそれだけだ。
本気？シローがキリツグの代わりをするの？
いや、俺じゃキリツグにはなれないし、キリツグの代わりもできない。俺とキリツグは別の人間だ。けど、俺は親父が好きだ。親父にできなかったことを果たしてやりたい。いや、俺じゃキリツグにはなれないし、キリツグの代わりもできない。俺とキリツグは別の人間だ。キリツグとしてイリアに返せることなんて俺にはない。だから、イリアがキリツグを憎む心の中に少しでも許してやってもいいって気持ちがあるんなら、俺はイリアと一緒に暮らしたい。今までできなかった分、これから取り返していくのはダメか。今のままでいいからイリアと一緒に暮らしちゃいけないのか。
She doesn't answer. Delia looks down for a while, then slightly shakes her head.
それは無理だよ。私は長生きできないし、シローも長生きなんてできない。だから一緒に暮らすなんてできないわ。
She rejects me with a smile like a pretty flower.
長生きできない。
そんなこともう分かってるでしょ、シロー。ええ。どっちかがどっちかを犠牲にすれば少しは生きられるかもしれない。けど二人一緒は無理だと思う。この戦いが終わった時、私が生きてるってことはシローはもういないってことだもの。そんなこともう分かってるでしょ、シロー。ほら、だからできないの。シローがいないエミヤの家には私の居場所はないんだから。
Ilia's words are filled with certainty. The silver-haired girl describes a grim future, like a prophet.
でもちょっと残念かな。今の言葉もうちょっと早く言ってくれたらよかったのに。そうしたらそうしたらほんの少しだけ運命は変わっていたかもしれないから。
I don't understand what she's saying. Not her declaration that one of us has to die, or that she can say it, or how she can say it all with a smile.
バカ言うな。そんなことにはならない。ゾウケンがイリアを狙っていようと、その前に俺たちでゾウケンを倒す。イリアだってそのために遠坂に協力してくれてるんだろ。
そうね。けどそれが問題なの。これはリンには黙っていてね、シロ。宝石圏の投影、遠坂の遺産を複製することはリンの方法じゃできないの。だってシローの投影は投影魔術じゃないんだもの。
Yeah, like it's projection, but as we learned and the unlimited blade works route, it works completely different than how projection magecraft should work.
普通の投影魔術ならある程度オリジナルに似せたものに投影を重ねて補強することはできる。けどシローの投影は違うわ。シローは1から10まで全部を自分のイメージで作らないと形にできない。だってあなたの魔術は投影じゃなくて自分の心を具現化するものなんだから。
イリア、どうして？
How does she know that Archer's magecraft is a manifestation of his mind's shape?
だか 使うしかないけど、それがどういう意味なのかシロンはもう分かっている。さっきみたいな一時的な記憶の欠損なんかじゃ済まされない。一度でも使えばシロンはもうシローでいられなくなる。シローは自分のこと、さくらのこと、私のことでいっぱいいっぱいでちょっと混乱してるんだよ。だから今の誘いは忘れてあげる。シローだって分かってるでしょ。全部を選ぶことはできない。助けられるのは一人だけなんだって。
Ilya turns away and starts up the hill. The nostalgic tune is gone. Ilya's words linger in my ears. A shrill noise comes from the kitchen. It's the fourth time tonight I've heard that unpleasant sound.
ごめんなさい。大丈夫ですから。
I hear Sakura's voice from the kitchen. Tosaka just frowns. She seems tired of warning Sakura by now. It's shortly before 6 o'clock. Sakura asked us to let her make dinner to close out the day. She chased me and Tosaka out of the kitchen, so we've just been waiting around for her to finish making dinner. Another plate or bowl breaks. It's the sound of Sakura's failure that we've gotten used to hearing for the last half of today. Let's rewind to noon. Sakura couldn't make the stew after Ilya and I went out for groceries. She was waiting for us when we got home, but she clearly wasn't feeling well.
大丈夫です。確かに熱っぽいけど、お昼ご飯ぐらい作れます。
And it's true, she could have cooked us lunch, but we weren't going to make her push herself when she was clearly suffering from a fever. By the time Tosaka and I convinced Sakura to take a nap, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Before she did, she insisted.
じゃあ、熱が下がっていれば、お台所に立っていいんですよね。
And went to bed. Then came evening. I'm not sure when my training ended, but when I finished and went back to the living room, Sakura was already starting to cook dinner.
お疲れ様です、先輩。待っててください。すぐお夕飯にしますから。
And then she cheerfully went back to her cooking. I could tell with a single glance that she was putting on a strong front. You're tired, so go rest. I said that Tosaka and I would make dinner, but Sakura refused to back down.
もう、先輩も姉さんも、あんまり過保護にしないでください。私だってマスターです。これぐらい、戦うことに比べたらなんてことないんだから。
She stubbornly refused to back down, no matter what we said. On top of that, she refused to let us help, especially Tosaka. Tosaka reacted with more surprise than I expected.
だって、姉さんは先輩を鍛えてくれているでしょ。なら、私だって役立たずじゃいられません。私も姉さんみたいに何かの役に立ちたい。それに、これは私が今まで受け持ってきた役割だから、これだけはずっと私が受け持っていたいんです。
It sounds like this is something that Sakura just can't give up. I can only imagine how defeating it must feel to stop doing something she's done routinely every single day, no matter how hard it is to move her body. Fine, take care of dinner, Sakura. Oh. No, that just wasn't voiced. Tosaka got irritated and started to criticize me. But that only made Sakura say,
頑張ります先輩
it was hard to be negative in front of that much enthusiasm.
長らくお待たせしました
By the way, we're completely out of dishes, so we're eating them on the floor tonight. And tomorrow. Her bright voice reaches the dining table. Sakura confidently sets plate after plate on the table.
炊き込みご飯。手が込んでるな、さくら。
先輩がいいアサリとエビを手に入れてきてくれたので今夜は海鮮でまとめてみましたご飯はアサリの炊き込みエビは包み蒸しにしてイカはエスニック風に仕上げてとどめにイリアちゃん対策でハンバーグまで完備したのです
She puffs up her chest proudly. The dishes she's laid out on the table do show brilliance unlike anything she's made so far, so she must have put her heart into making them. The secret ingredient is effort. Clap, 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 clap. Wait. We other three diners applaud the display.
一時はどうなるものかと思ったけど我慢した分の見返りはありそうねじゃあありがたくいただきます私も遠慮なくいただくわシロそっちのフォークちょうだい
はいよ。と、それじゃ俺も失礼していただきます。
おかわりありますからいっぱい食べてくださいね
はいよ。と、それじゃ俺も失礼していただきます。
I make a quiet bow and pick up a steamed dumpling with my chopsticks. At a glance, the round, bite-sized dumplings resemble sui mai. I have no idea what that is. They're beautifully formed and accompanied by an exquisite balance of spring onions, ginger, and daikon sprouts. I was uneasy letting Sakura cook for 4 people, but I can't complain now that my chopsticks stopped moving. All 3 of our expressions must have frozen for an instant. We pretend not to notice and quietly keep eating. We have to keep eating. The colorful dishes taste inconsistent. They don't taste bad per se. They just each seem to lack the a subtle flavor or taste of balance. The silence is uncomfortable. We keep quietly eating, not quite looking at each other. Still, it's impossible to play it off. Sakura cooked this. She will realize it tastes wrong as soon as she eats it. Our silence is just a prelude to that discovery. I look up at Sakura. She should have realized it by now. Yeah, she's sitting there in shock. And she hasn't taken a single bite. I try to watch her inconspicuously so that she doesn't notice. I wonder what's wrong. Sakura was looking down at her rice bowl and chopsticks with a rice bowl and chopsticks with a troubled expression. She hesitates, then resolves herself to reach for her chopsticks. But then she drops them with a clatter. She hastily picks them up again and tries to gloss it over by picking up her rice bowl too. I can't directly watch her doing it. Sakura repeats the effort several times. She clumsily moves her fingers and warily picks up the food with her chopsticks, only to drop it each time and try again. It's more than just difficulty controlling her fingers. Her awkward movements look like that of someone who knew how to use chopsticks until a few seconds ago, but forgot when she picked them up. We're not looking. It's a slip-up that anyone would notice right away, but we don't see it. I tell myself that it's just dinner as usual, then she fails over and over. She awkwardly manipulates her chopsticks onto the food, finally manages to eat one bite, forgets how to hold the chopsticks, and has to remember all over again. I can't bring myself to interrupt her desperation and ask her if she's all right. Tosaka hasn't noticed. She's pretending not to notice. She's and quietly eating her dinner. So am I. We all pretend not to notice anything with Sakura and finish our meal in silence. I decided to clean up after dinner. Sakura tried to help, but I cruelly turned her away. It's obvious she can't help clean up in her state, and I don't want Sakura to have to confront another routine that she can't do anymore, as she mentioned earlier.
いいから部屋に戻ってちゃんと暖かくして寝てろ。ほら、昼だってあんなに熱があったけど寝てたら引いたんだろ。なら今度だって。
I basically tell her if she lies down and keeps her body from moving, she'll be able to move her fingers again. It doesn't make much sense, even to me. Sakura bites her lip in anguish, looking away.
さくら、別にこれからずっとってわけじゃない。調子が悪い時に無理をしたら治るのが遅れるだけだ。さくらが悪いわけじゃないんだから、しばらくは甘えていていいんだぞ。
そんなことありません。私どこも悪くなんかないんです。熱だって下がってるし、ちゃんと昨日のことも覚えてるし、先輩の顔だってわかります。私は今まで通りで心配されるようなことなんかないから、そんな風に心配されなくてもちゃんと。
心配されなくても大丈夫か？バカ言うな。さくらがそうやって無理をするなら、俺もはっきり言うぞ。夕食の準備に2時間もかけた。不注意で7回も食器を落とした。おまけに、味付けだって失敗してた。塩加減はまるっきりできてないわ。胡椒は効きすぎだわ。さくらの料理とは思えない。張り切るのはいいけど、結果が出ないようじゃ逆効果だろう。わかったか？さくらは元気なつもりでも、小さなところで熱が残ってるんだよ。そうでもなきゃ、さくらがあんな失敗するもんか。言っとくけど、俺は怒ってるからな。明日から厨房には立たせない。完全に治るまでは無理なんてさせないから、おとなしく眠ってろ。
I don't wait for her to answer and lead her by the hand to her bedroom. Her footsteps are heavy, but I ignore them and took her to her room. Self-care is important, people. Tosaka is waiting at the door. It's now 10 p.m. Time to go out on night patrol, even if it might be a waste of time.
早かったわね。で、さくらは？
一応寝かしつけてきた。なんだかんだ言っても疲れてたんだろうな。ベッドに横になった途端、すぐ眠ってくれた。
That should be laid down, but Whatever.
そうじゃあ後のことはイリアとライダーに任せましょう。姿は見えないけどライダーは屋敷のどこかでサクラを警護してるだろうし。
As Tosaka says, Ryder is constantly protecting Sakura. She probably hasn't taken material form to avoid burdening Sakura.
おそらくあと数日も持つまい。
I recall the priest's words. As long as the Holy Grail War continues, the crestworm inside Sakura will keep eating her magical energy. In her state, it's dangerous to materialize as her servant. And even if she does, Ryder won't be able to fight. Ryder must be standing in guard in spirit form with that in mind.
暗い顔ね。何か言いたいことでもあるの？
Something I want to say. That's a dumb question. Of course there is.
今晩のうちに造剣を倒せないか。
We can't afford to drag this out much longer. Sakura grows weaker by every day. If the priest is to be believed, she could die tomorrow.
無理よ。今の私たちじゃ相手にならない。焦るのもわかるけど、サクラを助けたいのなら今は我慢なさい。私たちが倒れたら、それこそサクラは助からないわ。
今はまだ戦わない。ああ、それはわかる。けど、それなら。
巡回の意味がないって言いたいの？シロ、私たちは造剣さえ倒せればいいの？違うでしょ？聖杯戦争に巻き込まれて無関係な人間が死ぬことが許せないんじゃなかったの？
She's right. I know that. I do. There's a purpose to these patrols. We'll have to flee if we run into the enemy, but we have to do whatever we can to prevent more people from falling victim like they did last night. But what exactly do I swear to protect? What exactly did I swear to protect again?
シロ、ちょっと大丈夫エミヤ君？
いや、少しめまいがしただけだ。それよりすまん遠坂。今のは考えなしだった。
いいわ、別に謝らなくても。さくらも危ないけど、あなただって疲れてるんだもの。本当はね、今日の投影は3日に分けて習得してもらうはずだったのよ。それを今日だけで成功させるぐらい頑張ったんだから、今すぐ戦いたいって気持ちはわかるし。
I learned how to use projection today.
どうしたの？何かおかしなこと言った？私。
Brain no work good.
いや、今日の鍛錬はきつくて、耐えるのに精一杯だったから、時間が湧かないみたいだ。
そうね。無我夢中って感じだったもの。けどその甲斐あって、最後には1回だけ探検を投影できたじゃない。まあ、今のところ成功率は1割以下だから、これから要修行ってことだけど。
I mean, at least that's non-zero? Well, that makes sense if it happened while I was in a trance. My sense of time must have gone numb from concentrating so hard. I felt like everything came before I even knew it. By the time I notice that something's wrong, we've already gone into town. Tosaka must have noticed too, because she's quietly trying to sense something. The view is familiar. The town is dark and quiet after 10 p.m. There's nobody on the streets, with no sound at all, It's a silent night that I've grown used to seeing since the Holy Grail War started. But it's... Tosaka whispers next to me. Yes, it's quiet here. For the last few days, the town has become as quiet as ruins. Sinking into a still slumber when night falls. And yet, the silence tonight is beyond anything I've experienced so far.
ねえ、あっち側って昨日もああだっけ？家の明かりはおろか、街灯まで真っ暗だけど。
Tosaka is squinting in the direction of Rito Temple. It's a part of town on the opposite side of Shinto, just short of the edge of the city. The streets are completely dark. From here, it's like staring into a black wall. That's all I say as I begin walking towards the darkened streets. Tosaka remains silent. It's probably the obvious choice for her, too. We both know what's happening there. It's a contradiction. We know exactly what we'll find, and if we go there, and yet we go anyway, hoping we're completely wrong. What exactly did I feel when I laid eyes on it? This dark wall with nothing beyond it. The instant I step through it to see the town I know, I understand what's occurred. The town is too quiet. Sleeping isn't enough to describe it. This is a complete void with no sign of human life. It's the utter stillness of death, not slumber, when nothing is living anymore. I feel dizzy. The town hasn't changed. Among us, 50 or so houses are as black as night, looking exactly the same. There's no sign of their doors being forced. Nothing broke any windows to get in. Of course, no crane peeled off the walls and roofs to get at what's inside. In the same way, the presence of over 100 residents is simply absent.
エミヤ君、そこの家入ってみましょう。
Tosaka puts on some gloves and breaks into a nearby house. We pass by the nameplate. We open the front door. We walk down the hall. We explore the first floor, check the second floor, and find absolutely nothing and leave. Tosaka tells me that they're gone. The town looks as it always does at night. The buildings are completely intact, and there aren't any dead bodies. It's perfectly clean, and nobody will notice anything off once the dawn breaks. And yet, it looked even more barren than back then. We checked a few more houses, but our findings were exactly the same. There was no damage to any of the buildings and no people inside. They all left behind here. All they left behind were some traces of magical energy that made my chest ache. What the fuck am I reading? Every single building, road, and patch of ground. We found dark patches of something stuck to them, and that keeps its shape and color even now. We knew, even without saying anything, that it was the cause of this pristine tragedy. I feel dizzy. I'm irritatingly nauseous. Corpses without bodies. Bleeding without blood. An uninhabited neighborhood devoured by a shadow. While I walk through it all on edge, a completely unrelated image comes to mind for some reason. But it isn't unrelated. It can't be, if I'm thinking of it here. Stop. Remember. You know this presence, the scent. You did before too. What do you imagine the first time you laid eyes on that abomination? Don't notice it. It's the same. No, something even heavier attacked everyone here. It's not true. It was the same. Why did you imagine what you saw? Back then. Because I have no proof. I have no reason. I have no motive. I have no evidence. It doesn't look like anyone. It shouldn't be true. It can't be true. I must not acknowledge it. But the more I think,
私が悪い人になったら
I don't have any proof at all, but my mind tells me this hunch is true. I know it is because that sensation was
バカなことは考えるな。
too similar to my nightmares of...
シロ、どうしたの？急に立ち止まって。まだ他に気になることでも？
I shake my head and get rid of the dizziness. I must have gotten a whiff of the scent of the shadow, the scent the shadow left behind.
吐き気がするだけだ。俺のことはいいから話を続けてくれ、トサカ。
本当？参ったわね。向上したシローの大魔力でもあいつの残滓に当てられちゃうんだ。まあ、あれだけの魔力の塊なんだから当然といえば当然か。そうでもなければ街を食うなんてできないものね。
I would describe it more of a mass of ribbons than a blob, but whatever.
いや、体力がなくなったとかそういうんじゃない。単に気持ちが悪くなっただけで奪われたものはないと思う。
Tosaka seems to accept that. More importantly, we need to confirm what happened here.
一体何が起きたんだ、あそこで。
まあ、今までと同じ食事でしょうね。ただ規模が段違いになっただけ。街中に残った後からして一軒一軒訪ねていったなんてことじゃなかったはずよ。あれは津波みたいにあの一帯に覆いかぶさってそのまま地面に溶けていった。よっぽど空腹だったのか一口で食事を済ませたかったんでしょう。けど無機物はお口に合わないみたいね。生きていないものは通り抜けて有機物だけを残らず消化していった。救いがあるとしたら一瞬で消えたことか。痛みも恐怖も感じる時間なんてなかったでしょう。
A bounded field of dissolution. Tosaka explains that the bounded field rider deployed at school was like magecraft with an instantaneous and powerful effect.
問題はそれだけの魔術の発動にもかかわらず魔力を感知できなかったってことよ。あれがあの影の仕業だって言うんならあいつにとってあれは魔術じゃなくただの挙動に過ぎないことになる。要するにあれだけ広範囲の妖怪も黒い影にとっては寝返りみたいなものだってこと。
I see. But it's over now. The shadow disappeared somewhere once it satisfied its hunger, and we have no reason to pursue it now. Our patrols have lost their purpose. There were new victims despite our efforts, and we can't even detect the shadow who's the key culprit. Whether it's the shadow or Zoken, I thought we might be able to get a read on their movement and run to the scene to intervene. But that's lost its meaning now. We don't have any way to track the shadow, and more than that...
分かってはいたことだけど、あいつ日に日に成長してるわ。このペースでいけば 次に出た時は手をつけられない怪物になっているでしょうね。
Right now, we don't have any chance of winning. Interlude 12-2. Complete silence. They were not the only ones here to appreciate the loss of life and ruin of prosperity. No, that expression was not quite accurate. The boy and the girl still showed an admirable will to fight, and they clearly did not appreciate what they found. Only one who was no longer human would delight in this tragedy.
いやいや、加減を知らんのも困りものだ。よかれと思い放任してきたが、俺はそろそろ刈り取らねばならんかの。
The old man cackles. He blends into the shadows as he roams the uninhabited town, White Skull in tow. He looks at the boy and girl. The old man pleasantly watches his enemies. He has no hostile intent. How could he hate something that is hardly even a foe to him anymore? Excuse me. To the old man, they were no different from pebbles on the wayside. By the wayside. But the White Skull thinks differently. To him, a threat is a threat, no matter how small. Any obstacle should be removed on the spot, even if they are beyond this town's powers to defeat. The man who was summoned as assassin acts strictly according to that unwritten law. Yeah, he inquires of his lord. The boy and girl are highly vulnerable as they walk through the ghost town. How can they be so defenseless in this land of death? The skull can only see them as sick individuals with a wish for death. Thus, one might even consider it a mercy to end them here. And yet... The old man has no mercy. He is rotten to the core, having lived over 500 years and lost his humanity in all but shape.
例えばこういう筋書きはどうかな、朝日。ここに生贄がおる。人の世に疎まれ憎まれ、呪われ続けた哀れな肉だ。この肉はな、けなげにも世界を嫌おうとせん。ただ一人でも自分の味方をする者がいる限り、その味方が住む世界を嫌わぬよう努めておる。いやはや愛欲とはかくも尊く強力なものらしい。肉は何をされようと人の世を憎みきれん。憎めばその味方を否定することになると懸命に自らの泥を抑え込んでおる。故に肉には何をしても効果はないのだ。だがその唯一の味方に否定されたとしたらどうなるのか。もとより世のすべてに否定されたものだ。唯一信じた希望に裏切られたとあれば、もはや歯止めとなる道徳など存在しまい。
では、魔術師殿はあの少年に最後の一押しをさせたいと。
さよう、幕引きはあやつにこそふさわしかろう。予想外の成長ではあったが、あそこまで持たせてくれたのだ。ならば息の根を止める喜びは譲ってやらねばなるまいて。
He chuckled in delight. Sadism and satisfaction color his mirth. Enamored with his own ingenious suggestion, and his scattered laugh his scattered laugh makes him seem like a skull bobbing in the wind. In the end, we got home before midnight. We decided there wasn't any point in wasting our stamina when there was nothing else to do. My feet feel heavy. The physical stress of training all day must be catching up with me. My body feels like lead, and my eyelids might droop closed at any moment. I'm sleepy. Maybe my mind is worse off than my body. I want to sleep so badly. I might just curl up on the floor in this hallway.
おかえりなさい。街の様子はどうだった？リン。
Elio was waiting for us in the living room. Sakura isn't here. Of course not. Sakura's... No. Sakura should be sleeping in her room right now.
やられた後だった。それよりさくらは？
何もなかったわ。ちゃんとベッドで眠ってるし、起きた様子もないみたいね。ライダーを刺激してない分、魔力に余裕があるから調子いいんだと思うわ。
そう。まあ、それでも一応警戒して。あの子、次に暴走したら後がないから。
It doesn't seem like Tosaka's any worse off after seeing that ghost town.
私は疲れたから寝るけど、イリアはどうする？
私も休むわ。明日は製鉄でしょ。よく睡眠をとっておかないと失敗しかねないから。
Ilya bids us good night and goes off to the tatami room.
じゃあ今日はこれでお開きね。シロも休みなさい。気づいてないようだけど顔真っ青よ。
My body feels heavy. I do manage to roll out my futon, even through my brain fog, thanks to daily muscle memory. I collapse on the bed. When I roll onto my back and look up at the ceiling, I make a little time. I make a little time to think. I try to think with my exhausted brain. I think about my left arm, about loosening the shroud today. After experiencing unbearable agony and terror last night, I easily overcome it in a day. It ended so easily. The pain and fear might well have never existed. If I think seriously about what that means, I know the answer. I think about Ilya. She told me that she couldn't live with me. She said it would be nice, but that it couldn't happen, because she doesn't have long to live. She told me something that anyone would know. I think about Sakura. Her life is becoming more confined with each passing day, because the crest worms are feeding on her body, and she doesn't have enough magical energy. It isn't her fault. It isn't Sakura's fault that her body is this way. All I can think to do for her is share my magical energy. If I give her some blood and supply her with enough power, she should hold together. I closed my eyes. Ilya said that we were all beyond saving. There's only one choice to make. I made it long ago.
帰ってきたんですか？
I hear a voice from the hallway.
入ってきてくれ、さくら。
I get up. Even if my head isn't working right, I wanted to see Sakura.
失礼しますね。ごめんなさい。物音がしたものだから起きてきちゃいました。その先輩におやすみなさいって言っていなかったから。
Sakura is her usual self. She's introverted, thoughtful, and always holds in what she wants to say. But she's still the girl who tried to laugh and means so much to me. Over the last year, she's become so stunningly beautiful that now I want to embrace her anytime and we're alone together. She's the person I promise to protect forever.
要件はそれだけなんです。先輩のおかげで体の調子もいいし、今夜はよく眠れそうだから心配いりませんよって伝えたくて。
Sakura is her usual self. Of course she is. Why wouldn't she be? She couldn't possibly be the Sakura that came on to me that one night.
先輩、やっぱりお邪魔でした。なんかすごく眠そうというか疲れてるように見えるんですけど。
さくら、ちゃんと眠ってたか？
But I still voice my anxiety. My tired mind can't organize its thoughts.
はい、ぐっすり眠ってました。また怖い夢を見ましたけど、寝つくまで先輩がいてくれたから我慢できました。
Scary dreams. I know I shouldn't ask what they were. I say nothing and reach for her long hair.
先輩、
さくら、こっち。
My hand falls from her hair to her shoulder and bring her in close.
先輩、私。
さくらは嫌か？
I whisper in her ear as I hug her. Sakura doesn't resist burying her head into my chest.
すごく嬉しいです。
She lets herself relax and snuggles against me. Then I hug her very tightly. I can't control myself. I've always wanted to do this with her. There's been so many times I wanted to hug Sakura until I pass out. So I do. Sakura's voice doesn't reach my brain. All I hear is my ragged breathing. It's Sakura who wants me, who needs me. But before I know it, I'm the one who is being satisfied. I lose track of time. I try to keep watching this nightmare until morning, but the power soon goes out in my body. I start to fall asleep, still holding Sakura's hand.
先輩、私ももう。
Savoring her body heat through my hands, I fall into a deep sleep. Then the rational part of me speaks. My ecstatic brain recovers its calm in the abyss of sleep. What will happen if you do this? By drowning yourself in Sakura, maybe you're decisively admitting that your fears are justified. We got another red interlude. I'm having scary dreams again. Something creeps along the road. Something scary that kills people with each step it takes. I watch it go from place to place as slightly behind it. I watch it go from a place slightly behind it. I don't want to watch, but I can't turn away. It's a scary dream. A nightmare that I'll have to keep watching over and over. But if I'm being honest, I've started to feel a slight closeness to it. I was afraid at first, but I'm used to seeing it now. Above all, this child doesn't have a bad heart. It just eats in a different way than we do. It's a lot like me.
暇そうだね、彼女。どう？一緒に遊ぶ？気分が悪いのかい、お嬢さん。それなら、そうだ。そこで少し休んでいこうか。なんだよ、何黙ってんだよ、あんた。そっちだってそういうつもりでついてきたんだろうが。
Those are voiced even though they're supposed to be blank. Tonight is the same. Why do they all come up to it? Maybe it has something that draws men in. No matter how many people it kills, no matter how many days is this goes on, all it needs is to draw in food, is to walk around at night. It eats. At first it ate in a rush, but it's gotten the hang of this. There's no need to hurry. Once they're pulled in by their feet, it's over. It eats up their heart and mind without leaving a single drop. Giggle and sing go-go. It's in a good mood tonight. Even though it's never shown any emotion before, it's giddy tonight. That makes me feel closer to it too. I'm very happy tonight. After all, it's the first time. The first time Senpai sought me out himself. Yeah. So there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. I still have these scary dreams, but they're no problem at all. The world seems so beautiful and kind because Senpai is looking at me. So I start to think that even this bad dream could go on a little longer, and I set out in search of my next meal. Unfortunately, I run into someone who's even scarier than this dream. I run away. The thing has never been afraid of anything before, but it flees in terror for this man. Golden hair and red eyes. He smells like me. I've seen him before, once. He's the golden servant who warned me to kill myself. I run. From what? I run. From whom? I run. Why? My dream won't end. The thing looks so pitiful as it panics and runs into an alley. It's all over for it now. In an instant, countless blades stab the thing. Huh? That's weird. It hurts. She's the one who got stabbed, but why am I in pain and when I'm watching from over here? She's the one who is dying, so why am I on the ground? I'm the one who's dreaming, so why? Why is my body cut to ribbons? Ouch. And I'm in a dream, but it hurts, Senpai. Something's spilling out of my stomach, so I must look so pathetic. I try to pull the squishy things back inside, but my hands are playing somewhere else. My feet. I have feet, but my body are attached to this dangling round. But the body they're attached to is dangling around. When I try to say something, it hurts. It's like I've been struck by lightning. But I can't move, so I can't get away. Why am I?
まだ息があるのか。息汚いな、娘。
He has no mercy. The golden man snaps a finger, and a blade bigger than my own chops my head off. A nightmare. This is a nightmare. It's just like the dreams I've had so far. It isn't really happening. Once I open my eyes, I'll be back in Senpai's house. See, I'm about to wake up. Because it hurts so much. It hurts so much I want to die, so unless I wake up, I really will... But I can't wake up. I can't wake up from this dream. Help. Help, it hurts. Help, help. I need to hurry and wake up, or else it'll take me with it. But I can't wake up. I can't wake up from this dream. This dream. I can't get out of this dream, Senpai. And then the woman falls. She is sprawled on the ground like an insect pinned to a museum plaque. Her entire body skewered by noble phantasms. The woman is still conscious. Her life is far beyond saving, but she doesn't know when to quit and keep trying to move her limbs.
まだ息があるのか。息汚いな、娘。
He hands down her death sentence with disdain. The Golden Man, the heroic spirit named Gilgamesh, mercilessly lets the final stroke fall.
死にたくない。やっと先輩が私を見てくれたのに、もっと触れて欲しかったのに。
The woman must not be seeing anything anymore. As if in a trance, she speaks a mundane wish in her final moments. Finally, just when she finally grabbed hold of a small sliver of happiness, reaching for that shred of cloth.
やだ。死にたくない。死にたくない。だって今死んでしまったら、先輩は姉さん。
それが目障りだ。俺の手を煩わせるな。
The executioner's sword falls. The dream is over. The woman's mind sinks into a pool of blood and disappears into the dirty alley floor, never to wake again. By the time he turns around, it's too late. It consumes him from his feet. There's no escape, because he's already... That's a creepy image. It takes a while longer than usual.
少ないから治らないんだ。
She starts walking. Her stomach is growling. The only thought that drives her is hunger. Even the king of heroes, worth hundreds of thousands of souls, isn't enough to sate her.
足りないこんなんじゃ足りない
She cries out as if in a fever dream. But this is no dream. The first time she goes into a breeding cage, the first time she goes into the breeding cage on her own. It's the first time she goes into the breeding cage on her own. February 12th. Last talk. This happened 10 years ago. In the middle of a blazing town, I chased the responsibility of being the only survivor. I've never forgotten, not even once. The price I paid for surviving is to make sure that this scene never happens again.
裏切るのか
I swore an oath. I swore to myself that I'd always do the right thing, like my old man. That's why Shiro Omiya has spent that's what Shiro Omiya has spent his long life doing. I got this far allowing my own life to be used by others, so that I could proudly face those who couldn't be saved. I understand that all too well. I do. And yet...
かつての自分を裏切るのか
I know the main culprit. You know who you should defeat. The Black Sun. And you have to kill that shadow which has appeared in the sky... which appeared in the sky that day, before it happens again. Remember what you've lived for all this time. You affirmed your way of life to save those who wish to be saved, and to help innocent people who get caught in tragedies. And if you're going to reject it all now for just one woman,
それを裏切るというのならお前は
then Shiro Omiya must pass judgment on himself. I wake up from my slumber. It's bright outside and past 7 o'clock. My body feels heavy. My limbs feel numb. My sluggish head can't quite remember who I am. Maybe my blood isn't flowing yet.
そうだ。さくら、朝は何がいい?
I pat Sakura, who's sleeping next to me. Strangely, all I remember is that we went to sleep next to each other. The fact that the girl I love is sleeping next to me must be far more important than silly questions like, who am I?
さくら、朝だって。そろそろ起きないと、朝飯とか遠坂とか、いろいろ大変。
I touch her shoulder a couple more times. Sakura feels cold. I don't mean her attitude. She's physically cold and hard to the touch.
さくら。
In a haze, I get up and look around the room. She's not here. The sensation of sleeping together and holding her hand tightly so she won't go anywhere is gone. Sakura isn't in the room.
Sakura.
She's nowhere to be found. Her room is silent and unused. There's nobody in the living room. I can't move my body very well. I stuck a toe on the table as I try to get around it. I trip and fall, using the wall to get back up and go to the hallway. Am I panicking? Nothing seems wrong with my body, but I can't calm down. Why am I panicking? What am I anxious about? I try to put it into words, but I end up getting lost in thought for 10 seconds. Am I unable to think right now? Or does something I've already thought of just fail to come to mind? The blood flow as my just awakened head is poor, and I can't tell which it is. I can't remember what I want to do, but I see Sakura's shoes by the front door and breathe a sigh of relief. Tosaka's shoes aren't here. Ilya's shoes are. What that means is...
靴がないってことは、そうだ、外に出ているのは遠坂だけなんだから、桜はうちにいるってことだ。
So that's why I feel relieved. Sakura hasn't gone out anywhere. Okay, I'm starting to connect the dots. Basically, Sakura woke up first. She must have washed up, made breakfast, trained in the dojo, and did laundry in the backyard.
心配して損した。
I sigh and turn back to the living room. Tosaka comes running in from the front door.
朝のお散歩か？
そんな悠長な真似するかって話は後。さくらが外で倒れてるから運んできて。私は手当ての準備をするから。
The clock turns. It's past 9 o'clock. 2 hours ago, I carried Sakura, who had collapsed near the front door, into the living room, as Tosaka told me to. My paralyzed brain finally started working.
ねえ、シロ、落ち着いた？
うん。なんとかまともには戻った。心配かけてごめんな、イリア。正直、ここ2時間の記憶がないんで、どんなバカやったか覚えてない。
別にシロは何もしてなかったよ。さくらを抱きかかえてきて、リンが手当てしてるときはずっと手を握ってあげてたでしょ。それで高い熱があるだけだって分かった途端、ペタンって床に座っただけだし。
そっか。それで遠坂、さくらを客間に連れてったみたいだけど。
リンはさっき和室のクローゼットを調べてたけど、あ、きっとさくらの着替えを探してたのね。さくらは汚れてたから着替えさせないと寝かせられないでしょ。
I see. That makes sense. I'd have to stay in the living room just in case.
あのね、今から着替えさせるっていうのに男のあんたがついてきてどうするのよ。
Tosaka probably gave me such a warning.
2時間待ちぼうけか。いくら混乱してたからって。
It makes me feel like an idiot. Seriously, what's going on with me today? There's so many things I should be thinking about. Sakura's well-being after she collapsed from a fever. The massive meal that the enemy had last night. No, I can think about those later. Right now, I should be considering why Sakura was found outside the house when she went to sleep next to I want to vomit. My thoughts deny each other. 2 hours of lost time. That's how long I thought about that problem. To the point of not wanting to anymore. My body reminds me.
シロ、思い出せないことは思い出さないで。それは忘れたんじゃなくて、なくなったの。ないものをいくら掘り出しても、出てくるものは苦痛だけよ。
イリア？
なんでもない。ただの独り言だから、忘れて。
Ilya looks away and goes quiet. A few minutes pass. Around the time the hand on the clock points to 10.
お待たせ。さくら、目を覚ましたわよ。
Tosaka comes in and said it like it was no big deal.
さくら、大丈夫なのか？
さあ、話があるなら私じゃなくて本人に聞けばいいでしょ。私から言うべきことはないわ。
わかった。ちょっと言ってくれ。
I stand up. I leave Ilya and Tosaka in the living room and go to Sakura's bedroom.
よかった。来てくれたんですね、先輩。
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You can't. Oh. In bed, Sakura sees my face and makes a slightly pained sigh.
来るに決まってるだろう。さくらが倒れたんだから、どこにいたってやってくる。今回は遠坂に取られたけど、さくらの看病は俺の役目なんだから。
I take a seat on the chair next to her bed. Sakura does her best to make eye contact from where she's lying.
それで、体の方はどうなんだ？遠坂は何も言ってくれなかったんだな。
そうなんですか。姉さん、黙ってるんですね。
まあ、聞きたいことは全部さくらに聞けとさ。一応気を使ってるんだな、あれは。
先輩、ちょっと嬉しそうです。前から思ってましたけど、先輩って姉さんの厳しいところ好きでしょ。
そんなことあるか。そりゃ遠坂はしっかりしたやつだけど、終始あんなんじゃたまらないぞ。大体な、こういう時ぐらいこう分かりやすい気遣いをしてくれなきゃ身が持たないだろう。俺もさくらも。
Another you in a timeline in another timeline speaks differently. Sakura nods with a smile. Her expression looks so content and makes me feel a little relieved.
よしよし。その調子じゃ体の方は安心だな。さくら、遠坂はなんて言ってたんだ？
体力の低下と栄養不足と軽い熱だそうです。寝ている分には何の心配もいらないから、とりあえず今日一日は絶対安静だって言われちゃいました。
Sakura's breathing sounds labored even as she says that. Is she having a hard time even and when she's lying down? It seems like she's trying to control her breathing so that I don't worry.
そっか。それじゃあしばらくは横になってろ。その魔力の方は足りてるんだろう。
Oh yeah, I killed like 50 people last night. Wait, what?
そうですね。先輩のおかげでそっちの方は大丈夫ですよ。
I feel myself blushing as I ask. Still, it's something I need to be sure of, so I'll have to put up with it.
なら美味しいものを食べて栄養を取ればすぐ良くなるな。待ってろ。昼飯は腕によりをかけて作ってくれ。
I roll on my sleeve reassuringly. However,
ごめんなさい。本当は私が先輩に作ってあげなくちゃいけないのに、せめて立ち上がれればお手伝いできるのに、そんなこともできないなんて悔しいです。
apparently they were hard words for Sakura to hear. That's right. Sakura's worried about her role in our home. She wants to at least live life, even if she can't do anything about our situation. But she isn't even allowed to do simple things like cook anymore.
今は我慢するんだな。病人は病人らしく休まないと損だぞ。何しろ治ったら朝も昼も夜も桜に押し付けるつもりなんだ。後になってあの時もっと休んどけばよかったって後悔するぞ。
I jokingly tell Sakura what's in store for her. Yeah. I'll let her have the kitchen and for half a year if that makes her happy.
本当ですか？先輩、後でやっぱりなしっていうのはダメですよ。
本当だって。とりあえず半年はおとなしくしてる。いや、さくらが大変な時は助手としてこの晩ぐらいはさせてもらいたいけど。
I've been standing in the kitchen and for the last 8 years too. I need to hold the frying pan in my hand at least once in a while to feel at ease.
じゃあ約束ですよ、先輩。私が治ったら真っ先にご飯を食べてくださいね。
ああ、そんな約束でよければいくらでも。
I stand up from the chair. I shouldn't tire Sakura out with any more conversation. We got to talk, and I confirmed that Sakura is safe. Now I need to let her rest.
じゃあまた後で。昼飯時になったら来るから、それまで眠ってるんだぞ。
I leave her bedside. Sakura nods without saying anything.
そうだ、さくら。
As I reach for the doorknob, something occurs to me.
何ですか、先輩。
いや、なんで門の前でなんか倒れてたのかなって。さくら、俺の部屋で寝てただろ？
I ask the question as casually as possible. After a slight pause, she
朝
answers.
の散歩です。先に目が覚めたから少し外に出ようかなって。けど、そこで倒れちゃいました。本当、姉さんの言う通りですよね。今の私は外に出たらダメみたいです。
She answers as brightly and naturally as I ask the question. Neither Tosaka nor Ilya are in the living room when I
二
return.
人とも部屋に戻ったのか。
Could be. They're working on trying to replicate some jeweled sword. My role in the process starts once they create a replica approximating the original. Until then, my responsibility is to draw out as much of Archer's magecraft experience as possible from his arm.
I am the bone of my sword. か。
Huh, so that's what that means. That's his that's his original incantation, and that backflowed into me, along with the plan, with the pain. It oddly rolls off the tongue, and once it embedded itself in me, the success rates of my projections dramatically increased. I can complete roughly half of my projections now. I'm copying Archer in order to make copies of a real weapon.
それでできるのは偽物だ。
His projections are meant to be reproductions that are treated the same as their originals. The only thing that Shiro Emiya can make is a degraded delusion. If I want to turn that into an illusion, I have no choice but to borrow his arm's power. Self-destruction. Using this arm, even once, will do more than simply poison myself. It'll light the fuse on a bomb. Once I do that, my end is assured. I imagine a firing trigger. A handgun is inside my brain. The muzzle points from my brain to the outside, but the trigger is contained within. The ticking time bomb that Kotamine mentioned must be this mental image of a gun.
頭の中の銃さえ取り出せれば、使ってもスイッチは入らない。
No, I need to get the fuse itself out of my head, too. That's the best solution. Of course, I have no idea how I'm supposed to do that. I turn on the TV. I watch the news with the heavy body, feeling a need to know the outcome of last night's incidents. It's easy enough to find the right channel. Every single network is talking about it. Disappearances with no clear cause. Residents missing from 40 homes. Not a single person lucky enough to escape that plight was even aware of their neighbor's disappearance. And not a single one of nearly 60 people will ever be coming home again. One by one, I memorized the names of nearly 60 missing persons. One by one, I carved the strangers' names into my mind. And one by one, I replaced them with the names of people people close to me. Can you forgive it? Then when the time comes, will you be able to forgive? Will you truly be able to forgive the one who caused this? And yourself for letting it happen? If not, if you can't protect it from this sin, then the painless way out would be to put a stop to it before any more crimes happen. The TV screen goes dark. As for the news report that was describing the damage in detail,
私たち起きたことを悔やめるほど真っ当な人間じゃないでしょ。
Tosaka shows up out of nowhere, turning off the TV.
ほら、お茶入れたから飲んで。イリアが一人になりたいって言うから暇になったの。
She sets a teacup on the table. She says it like it's the reason she's here, even though it isn't. I have no reason to follow her instructions, but
せっかくの茶だ。飲む。
飲んで。けど舌がやけどするぐらい熱いからね。
そっか。なおさら助かる。ありがとうな、トサカ。
別に私が仕切り直したかっただけだし、シロはおまけよ、おまけ。
Sure. All I can do is gratefully accept her awkward way of being thoughtful. And we are going to have to finish. We are going to have to put it down there today. We are getting over time. We will continue this next week. All right, a decent amount of progress. We might be able to finish it this in the next couple of weeks, given our pace, but I'm not too sure. 2 or 3 weeks, maybe. We probably won't finish it before the end of Prime Month. And so let us set up a raid. we'll raid Robin, who is playing Crypto the Necrodancer. All right. So, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. If you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. I upload all my stuff there. So, tomorrow, and you can also check my socials down there. So, tomorrow, we'll be starting a new series for Pride Month with Super Lesbian Animal RPG. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.